Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe a couple of, maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing for me. Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys. So market is a little bit soft. Well, actually, yeah, getting softer, a little bit soft to start the morning. AIMD, let's take a look at some of now, William. Interesting. You mentioned that you didn't see any earnings plays. I see a couple. FRHC, not a lot of volume. They released earnings after hours yesterday. And also another cheap one, HITI, but yeah, really nothing consequential. So what is happening this morning? AIMD is an AI play. Came out with a press release. They put AI in it, and they even have AI in the name. So I guess they are an AI. They are an AI play. Clinical trials for AI nose-powered Flora device. Okay, I guess there's a market for everything. So AIMD, probably a low float. Yeah, 3.2 million in the float. Got up to 158. Has pulled back all the way almost to $1. You know, guys, there will probably be one today that will do, like the DDC a couple of days ago, the one yesterday that went crazy. Just a matter of finding that one. I mean, because among the 20 that don't. LGVN, still alive, man. This has still got a. Take a look here on the weekly chart. 422, yeah, that was what we were looking at that yesterday. 422 is the next high in the weekly chart. So now, one of the reasons it's up 28%, of course, is because it got up to almost $4 yesterday, and then it fell all the way back down to 270. So still up yesterday, but remember there was a big sell-off at the end. Boom. Now, is Boom still up? BOOM. Yeah, Boom. Yeah, actually 14%. Not a lot of volume yet. 62,000 shares. Okay, this is an unsolicited proposal by somebody. Steel Connects. Okay, so I guess somebody is maybe making a bid for them. Is Steel Connect a public or a private company? I don't see. Well, let's find out. Steel. STCN. So I don't think I've ever seen them before. STCN. So these are the guys who are taking a run at Boom. I don't think I've ever seen these guys before. STCN. No volume at all right now. And I can see why I've never seen them. It doesn't really trade. I mean, we had a day back here, got over 150,000 shares, but other than that, it really doesn't trade very much. But they look like they're trying to take a run at Boom. GANX, where are you? Yeah, GANX is down a lot, 24% on a financing. What stock were you talking about yesterday? Probably about 100, but probably the LGVN and Zap. Those were the two that were, especially Zap at the beginning. I think we're waiting. I was waiting on Zap to see if it would have a nice close and then some after-hour action, and it didn't. So I think those are the two that we were really talking about a lot, Cindy. I think. MBRX. Let's see. MBRX is See, announces additional positive preliminary interim data from their clinical trial. So that is the news for MBRX. MOLN, just taking a look here at MOLN. Almost looks like a buyout. Nope, announces preclinical proof of concept data. Okay, so that is the news for MOLN. Not a low float, 34 million in the float. It's had a good run. I mean, a few days ago, this was a $4 stock, 669 right now. And then ONMD, is it still up? ONMD. So it got up to $1.60 and it has pulled back down to 138. Now this another low float. News on this one: OneMed Net partners with leading clinical trial design and software company in a significant data license agreement. So that is the news for OneMD or OneMed Net. So when you look at a weekly chart for this one, what did it get up to? It got up to 159 in the pre-market this morning. 231 is the next high looking left on the weekly. But on the daily, it is 176, and it did get up to about 160 in the pre-market. Yeah, not seeing a lot of action this morning, guys. A lot of times what you'll see on this pre-market actives up. I mean, yeah, that's up 46% and 26%. But when we see a lot of action, we see stocks that are up 100, 200%, and several of them. I mean, look, 46% is still a huge number. I do get it. We're just not seeing a lot of hugely moving stocks in the pre-market. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at GME. I told the guys at Trade Ideas. I actually had, where did I pick some up yesterday? On that Roaring Kitty news. I think it was around just under 29. It was just under 29. Held it, and I actually, I got out of it just over 30 this morning. Didn't have a lot. It was just a what if. So now let's see what happens. I'm actually looking forward to when we don't have to when we can stop talking about this every day. All right, guys. Let's see. Let's see what's happening with the major sectors. Sorry about that. So this is what's happening in the major sectors before the market opens. So what interesting. So energy. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. 77% in red. That means that 77% of the stocks are below yesterday's close. How do I get to my, just give me one moment. I'll answer Bus. How do you get to my homepage? Here's my link. Okay, there's my link to my homepage, Bus 88. So energy, so 72% of the stocks that make up this sector are down from yesterday's close. Utilities, 84%. As I said, we're in for a weak open. Now, again, this doesn't mean that the whole sector is tanking, okay? Again, 72%. I mean, the worst one is down 1.2%. BKR. Now, maybe I'll remember to do it this weekend. How many? Yeah, five shares. Yeah, one share. So what I'm looking for is an outlier. You know, some stock that is going against what its sector is doing. So this would have been an obvious one. You know, in retail, XRT retail, 75% of the stocks that make up XRT are down, but PSMT and BKE are up 5 and 4% respectively. So you might go, wow, let's see what's happening. Well, sure, on 5 shares, and the other one's on 1 share. So now Adobe, now that is going to be trading. So technology, Adobe is up 15%. Yeah, so Adobe is an earnings play. William, how could you have missed this one? Oh, look at Adobe. I mean, maybe it's out of the price range you look at. So Adobe is an earnings play and ripped higher on earnings. So this is definitely an outlier. Okay, 76% of the stocks that make up the technology sector are down. Adobe, though, is up 15% on earnings so far. Another one, ECL. Let's see if ECL has any volume. No. Anyway, that's what we're seeing in the pre-market. Oh, I thought you said that. I thought you said that this was the first day that you didn't see anything, any earnings plays. Maybe I read that wrong. Okay, of course, I consider that Adobe is an earnings play for today, but okay, I get you. Tomato. Okay. All right, guys. Twilio. Let's see what's happening with Twilio right now. TWLO moving down. Volume is picking up, down 4%. TWLO. And the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 52.43, so about $1 there. Takes that out on the weekly chart underneath 50. So let's see if anything's happening with Twilio. Morgan Stanley is downgrading them from 70 to 60. So it's already underneath that. That's all I can see. Yeah, Morgan Stanley citing lack of catalysts to keep this stock moving higher, I guess. So that is that's what's happening with Twilio this morning, TWLO, basically a Morgan Stanley downgrade. ONMD, guys, ONMD is on the move. ONMD is on the move. And the pre-market high was 159 or so. Daily high is 175, looking left on this daily chart. 11.9 million in the float, so there is, pretty low float. Oh, guys, now KAVL was up and then down. Well, okay, now KAVL is popping here, guys. KAVL is popping. KAVL is popping. The high of a couple of days ago was 310 or so. That was a big area. You can see on the daily chart. You've got a spike right there, and you've got this area, all this over here around, that 3 level. Trying to see if there's any news on it. I have no float information on it. No float information. Let me just check another source and see what they might have. I know I've gone through this before with KAVL. So, wow. I don't know why we don't. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I just was delayed coming in. That is the correct float, guys, according to another website also. So that is the correct float according to another website also. So that is why this thing can go absolutely crazy. I don't see any news though. The ones that have gone crazy have also usually had a little bit of news associated with them. Okay. That is readily available. I don't see anything on KAVL. Of course, it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Severe rippage, guys. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some news. It's either some group has got a hold of this. The short float percent is 31%, so that could be it. Okay, guys, I took 10,000 shares right here at 1040, and so I'm retiring right now. Haha. Even even no shorts at trade zero. Interesting. Oh, what about anybody with center point in the room? Well, I was just saying there's going to be one crazy one, guys, and this is it. This is it. I mean, it's actually getting close to the 200-day moving average. And again, I cannot see any news on it whatsoever. Okay, give me a moment. This happens every morning now with my news at Interactive Brokers. I have to kind of reload it. So this got halted yesterday a couple of times, I guess, right? KAVL. I'm just looking from yesterday. It got halted certainly at 228, 223, I guess. And then it resumed at 228. That was yesterday. So it did get halted yesterday a couple of times. Still don't see any news on it. Wow. I'm sure people waking up this morning, anybody said, I have a feeling that KAVL is going to challenge the 200-day moving average at 477 when it was sitting at, under $1. No stopping it yet. I mean, it got, in fact, look what it did. It actually got right to the 200-day moving average, 470. Looks like the high pre-market for 468, and the 200-day moving average is 477. So got right into that moving average area. All right, guys, I want to get to my layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens. So give me a moment as I load that. What? All right, guys, so this is the layout I'll be using once this market opens. So and as you can see, KAVL is still here. So this relative strength leaders from the close it looks very similar, of course, to the. Just give me a moment as I try to adjust all these windows. Looks very similar, of course, from the pre-market actives up. Probably going to see the top ones right here. Obviously, the KAVL front and center. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. So again, if you don't mind trading stocks that are a little bit more expensive, maybe play the options in them. I don't know, but there's Adobe. It didn't mention it. Didn't was outside the price range that most of my scanners have. But there's Adobe ADBO, huge move, 15%. Almost half a billion in the float. So that's a big move with that float. Well, let's see if KAVL, which again I cannot see any news yet. where is the 200? There's the VWAP is at 333. So let's see if it pulls all the way back down to the VWAP and holds and then bounces from there. But look what it did, guys. I mean, it got right into that 200-day moving average within about a dime, I think, of that 200-day moving average. So, I mean, that in theory could stall it anyway. 468, yeah, 468 and 477. So it got within 9 cents of that 200-day moving average. I have no suggestions via Perry. Let's see. When I set an alert in pre-market, it triggers immediately. Make sure that you're not, okay, for instance, here, I'll set an alert right now for this one at 442. Create the price alert from below. Make sure you have side as long, okay? Make sure you don't have, that's the only thing I can suggest is that you maybe, when you create the price alert, make sure you've got, is it short or long? Okay, the side. If it's long and you put the price above the current price, it shouldn't trigger immediately. If it is, I have no explanation. I just did it. You saw what I did on my screen and set the price alert above the current price, and it did not trigger. So just make sure, again, when you set your price alert, that you do have it checked long if you're trying to set a price alert above the current price. That's all I can think of. Yeah, no, I haven't. Well, understand that I never hear from anybody, PJ. But if you're talking about in the room, yeah, I haven't seen goods for a long time. Yeah. Oh, I see in the room. Yeah, no, haven't seen him in the room for months, probably. One minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. So 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. These races will start at 9:30, or I'll start the races at 9:30. All right, well, let's put a price alert up in the area of the high. Okay, races are starting, guys. Now, this is going to look a little crazy, this one, if I can get it started. Okay, so they're triggered. Oh, I see why. So you can see right here, it says race stop, no data. That means that there are no stocks are meeting the criteria at the beginning of the day. Large cap gainers from the start of the race, no stocks. Okay, as we start, the Dow is down quite a bit. NAS is down. SPY is down. SLS on the move. Stella. It's not Stella. SLS is on the move here, guys. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. SLS on the move here. That's interesting. Not one stock is meeting the requirements yet in the large cap size. RNA. Look at this stupid RNA now. I wanted this one to move on 40 yesterday. Now it is. It just kind of hung around that 40 level forever yesterday. It just wouldn't do it. Okay, guys. Now DDC from a couple of days ago. This is the one that went crazy. This is the one that started from under $1. Started at around 60 cents, got all the way up to 256. It closed down here at 146. A bit of a drop yesterday. Maybe it's getting rolling again today. I mean, obviously you can see it is. If it can take out maybe the body of that candle, that's where it closed. Okay, that's where it closed a couple of days ago. Let's put an alert there and see if it takes that out. I'm sure this is a low float, 13.4 million. And we have our first halt of the day, guys. NXL, first halt of the day on the way up. All right. Well, we've got one finally. Paramount. Now that's why it's looking really crazy here, guys. Okay, with the font size, only one stock is meeting the filter requirements from the large cap gainers, and it must be Paramount. Yeah. So look at Paramount moving here. Or this has been in the news now for months. The on again, off again, takeover, buyout. Now, yesterday, Nerdy, it was disclosed that, yeah, here we go. Director, CEO purchased 569,000 shares at 168. I think William posted that yesterday. So that is insider transaction for Nerdy, NRDI, and NRDY. And KAVL, guys, trying again. Now, while I have a moment, if you have our AI, this is all I would do, guys. This is all I would have up and running is the strategy trades all. If you click on new from the toolbar, and you see we have 3 that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. And this is the window that you're going to see. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but you'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. I would also make sure in the filter section it says none. This is a little drop down. If it says profitable, I would uncheck it. Okay. I think you should look at keep an eye on the alerts all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes the AI gives you an alert early and KYTX now saw this one yesterday too. On the way down though. So let's see where this NXL could open. Time is it now? 9:35. So this got halted at 9:32. So if it's a 5-minute halt, which they typically are, so this could open at 9:37 plus 33 seconds. Okay. And this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just something from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price for NXL, 123. This column here is a suggestion about where it could open. No real suggestion yet. Okay. I mean, it says 123. A lot of times what you'll see on the first halt is maybe 140 or 150. If it's really doesn't mean it's going to have to open there. So what I'm looking for now is maybe if it pops a little bit above the 123 and then comes down below it and then pops over it again, I may take the trade. I'm not going to chase it though. If it immediately moves higher, I'm not going to chase it. Bitcoin play, guys. What is Bitcoin doing? So Bitcoin's up a little bit today. So there's a Bitcoin play, HUT. Craig Hallam maintains a buy on HUT 8, raises its price target to 14. Are you kidding me? No, I saw this one in the pre-market. So this started trading as QXO a few days ago, halted on the way up. All right, GME approaching 30 again, guys. A lot of volume coming in. There's the high in the pre-market. Okay, guys, so NXL, and it got hot. What was the hot price again? 123. So, okay, it is below now. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this has got a bad spread for a stock. Well, not bad now, 4 cents. Okay, guys, could be a quick scalp for me. I don't trust it that it's going to absolutely zoom, but I was able to take it. And I just traded most of it out, okay? The reason I've done that is because that 150 of yesterday, I've just traded most of it out. So it did meet the requirements that I look for. It did dip below the price of 123, and then it popped over it. I got it around 125.26. I didn't like the spread, but stuck with it, and I'm out most now. And the reason really for it is because the high yesterday, it was so close to the high of yesterday. Now, if it pops through this high of yesterday, the next high is 165. I'm sorry, I'm not out. I'm out all. I'm out all. I'm sorry. I'm out all. And I know it's in the first 15 minutes, but these are more unique situations for me on these halts resumes. So this one is getting clobbered on the way down. KYTX getting clobbered on the way down. Oh, there are shorts available for me too. Okay, guys, KAVL. Keep an eye on it. I know it's an AI alert also. And let's see if it just rips from here. I know it's early. Oh. Okay, guys, big rip. Again, I don't want to say I'm breaking a rule, but I guess I did break a rule on the KAVL. If you have the AI, you saw that we had an alert at 414. Okay. Right here. And I did take some out before that, before the, is it halted? I think it's going to get halted. I think it's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. It is going to get halted. There we are. Just got halted, guys. I'm not too concerned about the first halt. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, so I decided, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know the halts resumes is a special case. The KAVL, I just decided, you know what? You just had that look. And it was an AI alert at 9:40, right here at 4:14. I took some out. I did not get in right at 4:14, but I did take some out just before that 200-day moving average. He's had stalled it. And now we're in a halt. And here, this is what I want to see. This is exactly what I want to see. Okay. So here's the halt, 497 for KAVL. There is the potential of the open. Now we want to see it above that halt price. Okay, now you can see this is not written in stone. It fluctuates over the course of the 5 minutes. Now, it doesn't have to be a 5-minute halt, but I would say that 95% of them are 5-minute halts. And it's called a volatility halt. If you're not used to this, it's a volatility halt. Stock has gone up too fast, short period of time. And so what happens is a program kicks in and automatically halts it, sort of a pause. And usually they are 5 minutes long. You can see the NXL was exactly 5 minutes long, halted at 9:32 plus 33 seconds, open at 9:37 plus 33 seconds, exactly 5 minutes. Well, legal, I've been tired. I mean, look, it was 9:41, so 4 minutes. So I probably would not have done it. I would not have done it right on the open, but I'm getting tired of missing these crazy ones. So I thought, what the heck, just do it. Meanwhile, the SPY is having a bit of a move here. And through all of that, while I was in this one, I did get the price alert for GME. It's over 30 again. Now here's another one from our new boy, BIMI, BIMI. Very low float, 3.5 million in the float. Okay, obviously I've got to watch this. I mean, it's hard. I can't really lose on this one, even if it drops, because I took a lot out just underneath the 200-day moving average. So I don't have a ton left anyway. So 9:46 plus 47 seconds. So in about a minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. And again, I'm not too concerned about the first halt. Usually the first halt is pretty good. Pretty good meaning that, it usually doesn't like drop in a significant way. Usually the first halt is good and it'll pop over it. But of course, that's not, doesn't have to happen in this case, but okay, well, I can't really look at anything else right now, and except for the KAVL, KAVL. Now, where could it go? Well, let's see. Take a look on the weekly chart. The next high on the weekly chart is 521. Okay, now if it can somehow take that out, then we've got 969. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. I'm not saying it's getting up to the. Okay, guys, it just opened. It just opened. Okay, guys, I've taken most of it off now. It's over $5 now. I've taken most of it, well, all of it off. Not most of it, all of it off. It could actually rip from here, but I'm happy enough with what I did. Okay. I mean, it could just keep ripping from here, but wow. Okay, why did I take it all off? Seller's remorse. Wow. That is a big, big wow, guys. I'll tell you the reason I did it. Took it. It was because of the float. Okay, 855,000 in the float. Absolutely, these things can rip. But boy, if the buying stops just even for a little bit, this can sink like a couple of dollars like that. So that's why I did it. Okay. But anyway, very, very happy with that trade. Well, I can't tell you what a good entry is, AJ, BIMI. If you have the AI, you see that the alert was at 215. It's up to you. I mean, there's the next high on the weekly chart is around 316. So it's up to you. I'm not going to say this is a good entry or bad entry. You have to have a plan, right? Some kind of a trading plan. Oh, man. Well, at least I took it. At least I took this one. Well, welcome. I'm not trying to be dismissive on it, okay? But all these alerts from the AI. I mean, we have an entry, suggested entry at 215. It's right there now. Hasn't really moved though, has it? But yeah, I am not a financial advisor, so I cannot say this is a good entry. Okay, this is when you should enter. You have to make up. You have to have some kind of a trading plan or style. I have no idea what your trading background is. I will say this is that it just sort of stalled now. The good one was the KAVL. I mean, yeah, that alert at 414. I mean, that was you're me talking about it, man. And I still cannot find any news on it. Just got halted again, guys. Well, I won't have that problem, Deborah. I mean, there's no way I'm going to chase this now, but wow, yeah, it's. Okay, guys, I know there's going to be other stuff happening, but it's going to be hard to beat this one today. As I say, there's every day there seems to be one. And the problem is, for everyone that looks like this, there are probably 20 that don't have the continuation. So that is the issue, but I'm very glad. Of course, we saw this in the pre-market. The AI gave us an alert right here at 414. So Like for instance, look at the AIMD. AIMD had news, okay? It actually has some news that we can actually read. We don't have any news that I can see on the KAVL. AIMD had news, okay? Looked pretty good, didn't it? Up to 157. Look at it now, 98 cents. It also was through the 200-day moving average. So this could have been the one. Now, and it's a low float, 3.2 million in the float. I mean, it's a low float, but look what happened. I guess you haven't been listening, Stevie. No, I'm out of the KAVL, but I took the KAVL. I'm talking to Stevie in our YouTube room. I'm out of it. No, I'm out of it, unfortunately, but I'm not upset. Did very well on it. Yeah, Zap from yesterday now, guys. Zap from yesterday. Where's Zap? Is it anywhere here yet? ZAPP. CNSP, guys. So this just got halted also. So wow. So CNSP just got halted, and the projected open could be 470. Okay, could be 470. Doesn't have to stay there, but it did get halted. Well, look at how AIMD was trading. This is at 8:30. I mean, this is how AIMD was trading, Torty. It was already giving up before the market opened, whereas KAVL was doing this. Huge difference. Huge difference. Question was, what drew my attention to KAVL instead of AIMD? Massive difference in the way it was trading. Now, it also, didn't hurt that it was an AI alert. All right, guys. Wow, KAVL just okay. Now this could be it. If I don't, if you're in it, just be careful. I mean, it did get over 7 briefly. I don't want to tell anybody to get rid of it in case you got it and it hits 100 today, but it's up to you. So there's the BIMI. Okay, now BIMI is on the move too. I did not take this one from the AI, but that was resting quite a bit at that 215 level. Wow. So much for a quiet Friday. Rare, guys, on the way down. Rare on the way down. RARE. If you have the 10-day daily breakdown, you can see right there, 39.12, 38.77 now. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so hopefully nobody listened to me on the KAVL. You can't, AJ, okay? The reason I don't display it on this screen, I'll show you how you can have it though. Now, are you a premium subscriber, AJ? The only way you have to be a premium subscriber in order to see the AI, okay? The reason I don't display it is because it wouldn't be fair to people who pay for it if I'm just going to display it. Make sense? How would you feel if you paid for the AI? Because, it's another $100 a month or so. If I were just going to display it. So I have it on another, I have it on another monitor. Okay, right over here. So you can see here, KAVL 414, 734 now, 215 on the BIMI. The BIMI I think popped up to 230. But I use it like a watch list. And I watch them all day long. Sometimes they set up for me, sometimes they don't. Is it a micro float, CNSP? Let's see. What float do we have? Yeah, another crazy low float. Crazy low float. Look at that. 230,000. I'd like to check another website to see what they've got. Seen this one in the past. Yeah, 300. They've got 320,000. So yeah, it is a very, very low float, just like the KAVL guys. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe. Okay, okay. I guess it just opened, and there's no way it came underneath 444. Well, it is now. Here's the deal. For those who missed the KAVL, could be looking for another one. And KAVL looks like it is really selling off now. And this is very similar to KAVL in terms of the structure, with like a crazy, crazy low float. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. The next high looking left. Looking left is 488. Briefly got there. The next high after that is 575. And all I'm doing is just looking left on a daily chart. Okay, just give me a moment. This just got halted again, didn't it? Yeah, man. Well, again, I did not take it, but it's acting exactly like KAVL now, guys. Another one that's moving higher. I don't think there's any news on it. So we've got two, the KAVL and the CNSP, and the whole idea is look at the floats. I mean, understand that, I don't know, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I don't even know. All of a sudden, though, we started seeing stocks with under $1 million in the float. Never used to see that for all the years I've been trading. I mean, it was rare to see anything under maybe even 10 million, but certainly under $1 million, never saw that. And if you did, I'm not saying there weren't stocks that had under $1 million in the float, but you never saw them trading. Now, there's so many of them. And this is what they can do. You just have to be awfully careful. There is a huge, yes. I mean, CNSP is just starting out maybe, though. We'll have to see what happens once it really gets trading. But you're right. You are right. This did not really trade in the pre-market. I'm just suggesting that those who didn't get into the KAVL, or even those that did, they're probably all out. So let's look at the psychology of it. You didn't get into KAVL. You're ticked off. Where's the next one? All of a sudden, CNSP shows up on the radar. Low float, moving. Okay, I'm going to take it. Okay. And then the ones that got out of the KAVL who are looking for some more action, they're seeing this one. So I don't know. I mean, mean, I don't know for sure that's what's happening, but I know that's kind of how I think. But you're right. I mean, there's 23 million that have traded in KAVL, but I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, I got up to 8, and we're down to 6. Okay, so your entry was earlier, Bezavi. What's a good entry for CNSP? Earlier. I mean, at this point now, whatever happens, you'll be in chase mode. It had to be down here. I mean, it could keep going. So listen, it's up to you, okay? But I mean, right now, it looks like it could open in the 550 mark or area. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Boy, look at this. Look at where this could open. So 10:05, 10:05 plus 2 seconds. So basically at 10:05. So a little over a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt for CNSP, this could be a gigantic open. There's the halt at 516, potential open, but you can see how that number fluctuates. Meanwhile, I mean, I'm missing other stuff, but that's okay. I mean, Rare is moving down. He had an alert on the short, 39.12, 38. So there's a dollar move now for Rare. And I'm sharing all these scans, guys. What time is it now? 10:04. In about 15 minutes, I'll be going over all the scans that I've got that I'm sharing, plus other things that you'll find on my homepage. And we still have that nice promo, 28% off, which runs out tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, guys, 2 seconds if it's opening. Aha, this could be a 10-minute halt then. That's not good. The reason, well, when I say not good, if you're in this one, you want to see this thing open after 5 minutes because you don't want to give it time for this number to start drifting down. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Typically, again, I would say 95% of them are 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. So that's why I'm saying it could be a 10-minute halt. Okay. Well, yeah, it's just right here, Teresa. It's part of all you have to do is download our latest beta. Okay, this is the cloud indicator is right here. Let me get a better one. Maybe with GME, you'll see it better. Yeah, maybe you can see this a little bit better here. Okay. But it is, and I'm sure what they were talking about, it is customizable. So you need our latest beta, and then you must be using our browser-based charts. So if you right-click on a chart, use browser interface, and then you'll get this cloud. And it's, you should see something called FX. And here's where you can actually make the adjustments. Right now, I've got, I think, a 12 EMA and an 8 and a 5 EMA. This is from Ripster, okay? And this is what he uses. Now, he actually uses a 10-minute chart. Okay, so the beta, need to download the latest beta. And then on your chart, you must check use browser interface. Now, what you probably, if you, I wasn't listening to Trader TV, of course. No, I shouldn't say of course, but I was doing other things. But you probably want to make sure you have a daily chart up or a weekly chart. This is intraday. So I'm sure for this, if they're talking about swing trades using it, then you probably want to make sure you have it on the daily and the weekly. And it's just a matter of, right clicking and use browser interface. All right, let me re-examine CNSP and see what, okay, so far, okay, these numbers are holding. And again, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll open just around 10:10, a couple of seconds after. All right, BN now, guys. BN. This is another one that's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left, a little too close for me, 39.76. Now, I will say this, okay? I did well, okay, on the KAVL. And so for the rest of the day, I am definitely reducing my risk. And what I mean by that is typically if I'm, how I trade is I keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Risk amount meaning, let's say I'm risking $500 a trade. So I'm not going to risk 500 one trade, 100 the next, 1,000 the next. I try to keep it about the same for every trade. But the fact that I've done very well in this KAVL trade is I'm definitely going to reduce my risk now going forward. Wow. Look at this. Look at this now. 696. What was that? At 588, right? So, well, that was 669. I mean, I hard for me to believe it'll open here, but and it's, well, guys, you know what? It's now longer than a 10-minute halt, isn't it? So now we're looking at about a 15-minute halt. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that this will hold. And again, if you're new, this blue screen you're seeing here, this is from Interactor Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, what was six? So can you see my screen, Bachman? Can you see my screen? What I'm displaying right now is a blue screen. This is from Time and Sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? Can't see the symbol here, but it is CNSP, and there's the halt price at 516. This column here is kind of a glimpse as to where it could open. Now you can see how it's changed. I mean, at one point it said 695. This doesn't, this is not, as I say, written in stone or anything, but this column will, these numbers will change over the course of the halt. But at one point it did say 695. All right, guys, MDIA. I know this was pretty active. This has been very active. Look at this. What a great move. MDIA. I mean, 4 days ago, this was $1. Now it's 3. And every day you think, okay, that must be it. Okay, 2 days ago, that must be it. Yesterday, well, that's got to be it. And we're probably looking at this thinking, well, that's got to be it. Can't keep going higher, can it? Every single day. So through the, well, not, I'm sorry, not through that. That is not, that's the 200 on the weekly chart. 549 though is the next high looking left. So I still have some room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Okay, and see GME took a bit of a nosedive here. Quite frankly, I just hope this goes away now. It's just, I'm sick of looking at it every day. I have to because it's so active, but well, the first halt, as you know, Blaine, is usually pretty good. Okay, let me explain what you're seeing here also in these races. Okay, again, this is interesting because, excuse me, not getting too many symbols. That's why we're getting these huge fonts. And the reason being is that this is based on a top list. Okay, the races run from a top list window that you can create, and I'll just show you what this one looks like. And you're going to see there are hardly any stocks in here. See, this is it. Normally, this could be quite full. So in other words, what's happening today, and it makes a little bit of sense, I mean, the market is down. Stock has to be between $10 and $50, has to be 500,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. The market cap, okay, at least 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So this is what this race is based on, and you can just see there's just not that many symbols. Here, there will be a lot of symbols. Okay, that's why this is full. So what the race is all about. So this is I'm running. I'll take a look at this one, okay? And somebody mentioned the VLCN. CNSP just resumed, and what did it resume at? Well done, Blaine. You are now in it, or you were in it. So this didn't hurt it. The fact that it was about a 15-minute halt. Got halted at 516, so did not have time to drift down a lot. It opened up over 6, and it's still over 6. Wow. We had 2 crazy ones today now, guys. And you see how the volume is just picking up now. I mean, it's still not like the KAVL volume, but still. Funny, I was almost falling asleep in the pre-market. Just not a lot of action. I was saying, not a lot of action, not a lot of stocks. I mean, the main one was the KAVL, but it was only up 43%. Okay, man. Well, yeah. I mean, Jethro in our YouTube room. Yeah, typically for I'll call them mainstream brokers are not typically going to have shorts available for a CNSP or a KAVL just because of the float. Okay, certainly Interactive Brokers did not have any. Now, if you've got Centerpoint, and now it's on the way down on the halt, so that's probably it for it. So I know I was going over the races and all, so much happening. So this is a 4-minute race. It's almost over, and you can see that CNSP is going to win this race. So what does it mean? It was up 13%. What does that actually mean? That means that when the race started 4 minutes ago, CNSP moved the most of all the stocks from the start of the race. It had moved 13% from the start of the race. And so what happens is a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that win the most races. You can see that number 1 right now is KAVL. It won 2 races. MDIA won 2 races, etc. CNSP won the last race, and I guess there was only 9 stocks that had won races, and so this was the last one. This was a real popular one yesterday, the WHLR. So again, since the start of the race, this has moved 3%. That's what it means. Now, and this number here, the 19%, that's what it's up from yesterday's close. Okay, but since the start of the race, this has moved. KAVL now has moved 6% since the start of the race. So maybe it's going to get going again for a bit. So this is nice if you're looking for pullback plays also, okay, because this has no bearing on making a new high for the day or a low for the day. This doesn't care. It's like any other race. Everybody starts off at this well, there's a starting point, gun goes off, and whoever is leading the race will be at the top of the leaderboard. But it doesn't, just because KAVL right now is leading this race, we're almost 2 minutes into it, doesn't mean it's going to win the race. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on a symbol. There could be something that's starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. But as I was saying, this can also be great for pullback plays. You click on something, and you can see what we're obviously the KAVL is a great example. It's not at the high of the day. It had pulled back, but maybe the pullback is over and maybe it's starting again. I'm not a big pullback player, but for those of you who are, you can easily use these races for potential pullback plays. What did it pull back to? Did it pull back to the VWAP? Did it pull back to a moving average that you like? And if you're sitting out there thinking, man, I don't know any of this, well, that's if you're brand new to trading, I mean, this is not easy. I don't mean this specifically, but you have to have an idea about what you're seeing when you click on an alert. What story is the chart trying to tell you? The chart's trying to tell you, okay? And there's only one way to do it. You have to see lots of charts. We have a course that you can take free. You have a simulator that you can use that you can practice trading using our real-time data. And that is a good segue right now. It's 10:21. So let me go over my homepage and I'll show you the information you can find on my homepage. First of all, if you're new to the rooms, I do moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main trading room. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have a great promo on right now, 28% off, okay? Use the promo code KITTY28. You'll get 28% off the first month only or the entire year. This promo code will disappear at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, okay? So if you're looking for 28% off, then, don't wait maybe till tomorrow or Monday because it will not. I'm not trying to, listen, you got to be comfortable with the program, okay? I'm just saying if you do want the 28% off and you want to do it, again, it's 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. It will be over. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code from my homepage. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is by taking out subscriptions using that code or whatever code you're going to see, because then the room gets credit for the subscription, and that'll help to keep the room free, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos. First one, the download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these short videos is cover the major points or aspects of trade ideas in very short videos. Now, as I said before, if you're new to trading, you can't just start, take this program. The program is called Trade Ideas. Generates great ideas, but you have to understand what you're looking at when you click on a chart. Should you be taking it now? Should you be waiting? These are questions that you have to ask yourself. Well, being able to analyze what the chart is telling you will go a long ways into helping your trading. And so we have a course or series of videos. I guess I don't want to call it quite a course, but a series of free videos called Trading 101 that can help you. Okay, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and this is free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. The trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you had Gmail, check your promotions folder. We have a nice education section is here. This is our user guide. So a lot of the things that I talk about, you can always go to our user guide. And I think it's really organized well. At the very beginning, again, the getting started. This gives you a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You'll hear me talk about the stock racing. This is all about stock racing, how you can set up your own race, pick your time periods and all of that. I use price alerts all the time. You want to create a watch list of just stocks that you want to follow. Here's how you do it. But again, you don't have to learn everything. You look at this compare count. Wow, what's that? Don't worry about it at the beginning, okay? You don't have to learn everything. And at some point, you may never care about what compare count is, okay? You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. But certainly alert windows and top list windows, absolutely these two. I mean, this is the whole basis behind Trade Ideas. Here's the getting started again. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link into our main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. Okay? And last, if you're looking for my scan, so just scroll down. If you've clicked on my homepage link, here are the scans that I am currently sharing, okay? So the ones that you can actually see, the relative strength leaders is here. I just abbreviated the name, but it is this one right there. The biggest gainers from the open is right here. And then the large cap gainers from the start of the race, open. I keep saying I got to Could do it right now. I could actually make the name change right now. So it's not, I know it's a little confusing. It's not from the open, when the stock opened today. It's from the, when the race started, okay? So again, this is a large cap gainers from the start of the race. Again, not many, but I also have, in fact, I think I'll load it just to see what the losers look like. I also have the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. I just don't have it displayed. And I actually don't even have it up and running. But you can see that I've got other scans that I am sharing, okay, that you cannot see. You know, you've seen me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown is right here. I've got the breakouts, breakdowns. The halts resumes is right over here. Okay, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing that you can take a look at. But I do not have them all up and running at the same time. That'd be way too many scans. All right, next. What is Trade Ideas? So we are a real-time alert scanner. That is what we're really excellent at doing. So this is an example of a scanner. It's an alert window. And if I right click on it and click on configure, and let me do it again. And then click on the summary. So this tells me exactly what the scan is looking for, okay? This is the screening aspect. A lot of screening programs out there, but we are, I mean, we can screen, of course, but we are a real-time alert scanner. Or you can set it up to find real-time alerts. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that is a great filter that we've got. This is time of day sensitive. So right now it's about 10:30 Eastern time. This stock has to be trading at least 3 times what it would normally be doing at 10:30 Eastern time. Okay. And this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And you can see what's happening right there. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're just seeing LGVN, okay? At 10:29 plus 26 seconds, been a new high for the day at 4:10, and it met all of these filter requirements. You can see XXII making new highs of the day, meeting all these filter requirements. Okay, that's how it works. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, I am sharing it on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make a change, you can. If you don't like this price range, you know, maybe I want a different price range. You can change anything else. You know, maybe you want to change the volume. Maybe you don't care about this this one, the 5 minutes, 400% of normal. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you find an indicator that you like. Most of the indicators are filters you can add here. Up to you. You know, I'm not trying to force you to take this one. This is just what I like to see. Okay. And if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So right at the very top, the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got. So, and we have a lot of filters. Now, before you look at this, if you're looking at this and thinking, man, this is way too complicated, how am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many of these real-time alerts and filters. So this got halted now on the way down, KAVL. I can see that on the way down. So the reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to create their own scans. Okay. Now, I personally only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That's it for me. Why? That's because this meets my trading style criteria, the new high and the new low of the day. It doesn't mean that the rest of them are bad. It just means that I don't need them to meet my trading style. It's that simple. Okay? So you don't get hung up on looking at all these and thinking I cannot possibly learn them all. You do not have to. Now, this is a trading room, okay? But it's also a support room, all right? So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. All right. Don't be shy. If I'm busy doing something, I'll certainly let you know. But most of the time, I'm pretty available to answer questions about trade ideas, maybe some general market questions. But if you're looking, if you have a question, where do I think oil's going, or you know, a certain sector is going, that's not a question that I can answer. I'm basically an intraday trader, and I don't really look at the market in a macro way. Yeah. So so I'm talking to Jawan. Yeah, YouTube has about an 8-second delay. If you want to come into the main room with no delay, I'll give you the link. There are 2 rooms, as I say. If you want to come into them, and the main room has more traders in there, or more ideas being tossed around. Okay. So this is the main room. Always a challenge pronouncing these names correctly. We have people from, I guess, all around the world and all different nationalities, etc. So there is, yeah. So those of you on YouTube, you can stay there, but there is a slight delay. It's a YouTube delay of about 7 or 8 seconds. So if you want no delay at all, you can come into the main room. Okay, so to make your alert window show new highs in the pre-market, you'll have to we have a filter called the new high or pre-market high, okay? I'm answering Jawan in our I may have made a mistake there in our YouTube room. So if you do a search and type in pre, you can see we've got the pre-market highs and pre-market lows, okay? So that's what you would use to show stocks making new highs in the pre-market. And just make sure that any of your scans do not have in the pre-market. If you want to see data coming in the pre-market, you cannot be using the relative volume filter. Okay. Oops, the relative volume filter. If you do use this, then unfortunately you'll get no data in the pre-market. Okay. Not unfortunately, just the way it works. So wow. So I see that CNSP did not die. Not like KAVL. KAVL looks like it's kind of, well, in fact, it just resumed now, and it's resuming on the way down. So the CNSP has basically taken over, and you can see the volume. I mean, it's not KAVL volume, but I mean, it is 1.5 million shares. When it first got halted, look at the volume. It was only 55,000. In fact, it was less, 51,000. Yeah, I got halted, and it was only 51,000 shares. So it's a 1.5 million now. And with that float, I mean, that is significant. Look at the relative volume. 442 times normal up to this time of day. And you can just see, look at the previous days, not that much volume. And today, and, it wouldn't surprise me if this by the end of the day is 5 million shares. Remember now, with 230,000 in the float, that is very, very significant. Well, GME is getting somewhat trashed here, guys. It got over that 30 level, and now big sell-off. So William mentioned this in the pre-market. So GME is supposedly having their a meeting. I don't know what the official name is. Call it an annual meeting or a quarterly meeting, or it's a meeting. And it was supposed to be yesterday, and then they said that, well, we had too many. Our server crashed, too many people, and so now they're having it. I think it's scheduled at 4:00 after the market closes. Now there'll still be the aftermarket trading, of course, but it's sort of interesting that that's when they're going to do it, not during market hours. Or was it now June 17th, Casa? Is that the latest now? Let me see this. Is it there you go. So it was set for 4 p.m. Eastern time today, but now it's going to be 12:30 on Monday. All right, let me so just 12. Sorry, just give me a moment, guys. Well, no, it will not work after 9:30. But what you can do is, if you want to have the same scan, okay, just make sure you have the new high of the day also in there. Okay. So let's pretend I'm talking to Joanne in our YouTube room. So let's just pretend that I was using this in the pre-market. Okay. So as I said before, so I would add the alert, and I would check. So if you want this to work once the market opens, you can also have the new high of the day in it, but this will not trigger. This is what's going to trigger the pre-market highs in the pre-market. Yeah. And then you can have the new high of the day. So if you want the same scan working in the pre-market, the reason I don't have that scan working in the pre-market is because, remember I was talking about the relative volume. I have it at 3. I would not get any alerts in the pre-market if using this scan, because I've got the relative volume at 3. And if you have anything in the relative volume, I don't want to confuse it. If you have 1, it's okay, but if you have if you're using the relative volume, you will not get data in the pre-market. Okay, if that makes sense. And all of my scans have the relative volume once the market opens. So that's why, I would not be using this one in the pre-market. So let me load this one. I want to load the low cap or the large cap losers because you see the difference, guys. Look at the difference. So there's hardly any. I mean, I mean, the market is down. I mean, the Dow is down a bit. Nas, well, not a bit. It's getting kind of thumped. Nas is down a little bit, but you can see most of these large cap gainers are probably more like Dow type stocks. Okay, and there's hardly any that are up 2% from the close yesterday. A lot of large cap losers down though, because this is full and this one, it's hardly any in here. Hopefully, I'm not confusing people, but of course, these biggest gainers from these ones, I have not put a filter on here that makes these low floats. These are just the ones that are moving the most, regardless of market cap size, float size. And sometimes you will see the same stock in both of these. Sometimes. Okay, guys, 10:44. Boy, it's been a exciting morning. You're now seeing SP is halted again. And this one is halted on the way down. All right, let's see if I can switch gears and find something else that might be a little less frantic. Grinder. So Grinder, of course, this was an IPO a while back. So Grinder, the next high looking left is 1037. So it is almost there. And if it can take that out, it has a high. Next high is around 1077. All right, now Grinder just took out that high, guys. You just took it out. GRND, GRND, yeah, just took out that high. By the way, Captain Para, I'm very upset with you. Well, my wife was in Miami all week and she just got drenched. I don't know if you're in Miami or I know you're in Florida. She's coming home today. Oh, okay. She says she's never seen rain like that in her life. It's not just the rain, of course, the mini flooding on the streets. Anyway, sorry. NNE. Okay, let's take a look at NNE. Nanonuclear. 876. So the next high looking left is 876. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. And after that, 1067. This was an IPO, I guess, back here. I do remember this one. Okay, Kishore, from our YouTube room, is there a connection problem with trade ideas to new highs and new lows? Seems to be not loading despite a restart. Okay, well, obviously there's no connection problem for me, but do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Make sure you do have a proper connection. Do you have a green ball, Kishore? Just to make sure you do have a connection. Okay. And you're not new. I know you're not new, right? Now, the charts are fine. So is it, and you have made sure that you have filled out the exchange agreements that you have to do every year? Not that, I mean, I'm just trying to, that can happen. People who are subscribers, they don't understand that every year you're going to get an email and you do have to fill out, even though you did it at the very beginning. We're required every year, though. People have to fill out the exchange agreements that will basically say that you're not a pro. Okay, when you say they're dead, now, is it possible that nothing's meeting the unfortunately you can in YouTube you cannot give me your configuration, okay, your window. If you want to come into the main room, I can take a look and you can give me your cloud link to it. You can't do it in YouTube. How about your top list windows? Do you have any top list windows, or are they generating any symbols? It's because it's going to be very hard for me to know. Okay, so you're getting data. Okay, do you mind coming into the main room and then just giving me your cloud link, and I'll take a look? That is the one drawback in YouTube. You can't post links. Okay, so there's your link, okay, to get into the room, and I'll take a look. Yeah, well, I don't need any help, Heat Nation. All right, guys. Wow, 10:51 already. So well, I'm just going to probably relax for the rest of the day. Certainly don't want to give back much. This looks interesting. The grinder, GRND. Okay, here's another cheap one, guys. Are we low? What's the float percent? Not a high short float percent, but HPCO. And the next high looking left is 117. And after that, about one. To me, it just has potentially too much resistance, not that far away. I was just going to say that if you went to account and then did a reset. Okay. Did you leave Trade Ideas running overnight by any chance? Because it's always well, it's not just good practice. It's almost mandatory that people you shut. I'm not just talking to Yuki Shore, but just in general that you shut Trade Ideas down every evening, okay, or at the end when evening whenever you can still do work, of course, looking at top lists and things like that, scanning maybe for potential stocks you want to trade the next day. But when you go to bed, shut down Trade Ideas, okay? Because there's a lot of stuff happening overnight with the servers. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad it worked. So that's all it took, just a reboot. I think what I'll do is I'll just do a little swap here, guys. Okay. So all I've done, I've just done a swap, okay, just because there were hardly any large cap winners from the start of the race. All right, let's take a look at some of these winners down here. So ONMD, this was a big one in the pre-market, but yeah, again, got up to 159 and boy, CNSP is not over. I mean, it still has a look about it, doesn't it? I mean, the next high looking left, it did not get there. The next high looking left is around $9, 8.94. It got up to 8.28. Okay, guys, TRNR. This is one that's starting to move a bit. The high yesterday was 394. Some volume coming in. Yeah, Irene is pretty choppy today. IREN. This has been a amazing one. Supplying the Bitcoin miners, a supplier to Bitcoin miners. So they're not a miner, they supply to the Bitcoin miners. Ah, okay. TRNR effective today. Okay. So 1 for 40. I was surprised that never see the information. Don't know why we just don't see that information here. And I'm also not seeing it in Interactive Brokers. Mentioned this rare earlier, guys. So again, these can also be used for bounce plays. You've got something that is moving down, and then rare was a pretty nice bounce, great bounce actually, almost $2. I'm not a big bounce player. I find that's probably the most difficult for me anyway. Most difficult trade to try to take. When is it going to bounce, or when is it topped out? For me, POW is actually an earnings play. POWW is actually an earnings play. Obviously not good. 20% down. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. Iron. Look at this one go, guys. Iron. 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 Look at this one go. Yeah, it's a tough spread right now. And what's the float? Very low float, 13 million for a $45 stock. Very low float. The next time the weekly chart is way up here around 63. I don't know I can't remember what happened here. Obviously got thumped down. Maybe it was an earnings play. Okay, this is just showing up now, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown, MSM, not multi-strategy marketing. I meant MLM. Never mind. Yeah, so 76 breakdown through 76. I don't think I've really seen this company before. That's a pretty big, that's a big gap down, 10%. What's the float like? 44 million. Not high, not low. Yeah, I saw this one earlier, but I just don't like the way it looks on a daily chart. The AREC. I mean, it may pop through all of this, but you see all these little areas where it could stall on the daily chart, all these little highs. When I look left, I'd love to see a lot more room till it hits that next high. LJVN is kind of trading the way it was yesterday before it really got rolling. Before it really got rolling yesterday. What time was that? Yeah, it was about 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock before, and it really, went from about 285 up to 392 nonstop before it pulled back. But it took until 11 o'clock for me anyway. This was a tough one to trade yesterday. I did not, unfortunately, get involved in it when it did it. I had taken a small loss. But it's very choppy. I mean, it is. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Not a smooth trader. Okay, guys. Your other channel, Dale Joyner, your other channel stated the high is 15. You're talking about a price target, I think, right, Dale? You're talking for LGVN. I know there's a price target that somebody has put on it at 1510, but yeah, I mean, doesn't mean it's ever going to get there. Yeah, this is Zach's small cap research. This was a few days ago. Yeah, so I mean, who knows if it's ever going to happen? I thought you meant my other, like when you said your other channel. Oh, Trader TV. Okay. No, I don't think Michael Noss would have. Remember that's not our channel. That's Trader TV. Michael is on there. I'm pretty sure he would not have said that. I may be wrong. These price targets that these analysts put on these stocks. Yeah, they're not they're when they do this, they're not suggesting it's going to happen the day of, but it may never happen. Yeah, that's okay. I just was a little confused when you said your other channel, as if it was something to do with trade ideas. That's all. Yeah, Sava, of course, the Alzheimer play that the rest of the industry seems to want to dump all over, including maybe even the FDA. But Rodman and Renshaw, whoever they are, whoa, no, come on, Rodman and Renshaw. Well, Dennis Rodman's done a lot of things. I did not realize that he was now an analyst. So anyway, Rodman and Renshaw with a price target of 107. Okay. That's obviously got that one juiced a bit. Okay. Sorry, CNSP, the opening price. Let's take a look. Well, it's open now, so I'm sorry. So even Wainwright, you know what? Wainwright, I just don't have any, well, not that I have a lot of confidence in any of these guys with their projections, but Wainwright to me seems to be always kind of I really don't pay any attention to them. But nonetheless, I mean, yeah, these two lofty price targets put on Sava. DDC, of course, DDC was from a couple of days ago. Yeah, I mean, it had a huge spike up to 146. Of course, 2 days ago, got up to 255. Maybe if it takes out 119 or so, we've got about four or five highs there. Maybe if it takes that out, could get going. Low float, not a crazy low though. I mean, this is the amazing thing. I mean, it's 13.4 million. If you'd asked me 4 years ago, if that's a low float, I would say that is really low. But right now, 13.4 million seems like a high float. I saw Court earlier. Court, yeah. So you obviously played this on a bounce reel. This was showing up on this large cap losers. All right, guys, 10, 11, 12, sorry, 11, 12. So I just want to confirm it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room. When I take a break in about 45 minutes. And the answer is yes. So he just answered me. So it will be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. And I say this every day, but I really believe it's worth saying every day. 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday, the market's open. We have 5 different traders taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I think it's a great idea to head over there because we all have different trading styles. Kit Penny Popper, okay. This was pretty active a few days ago, I recall. KITT. What are you doing, William, looking at a stock that's 22.06 cents? Anyway, you're right, though. Look at the volume that is coming in, 10 million shares on this 15-minute candle. 10 million. It's right at the high of a couple of days ago. And the next high looking left, 41 cents. So if you're into this sort of, I don't trade stocks under $1, and if somebody asks me why, just a personal preference. Doesn't mean it's bad to, doesn't mean it's good to. Just a personal preference. But yeah, that high over here, 41 cents. I want to say $41, 41 cents. 58 million have traded. Look at that. A whole bunch came in on this 15-minute candle, but a fifth or a little less than a sixth of the day. 108 million in the float. That's a huge float for a stock under $1. I am, at some point they're going to have to do something, a reverse split of some sort in order to regain their NASDAQ listing. I know there are other rules, but typically you must be trading at $1 to be listed on NASDAQ. And when was the last time that happened? So the week of December of last year. Now, so they've been trading under $1 now for 6 months. I don't know what the time frame is that NASDAQ puts on them. Lemonade, guys, LMND on the way down. Let's see, LMND. It's been moving down for 3 days now, third day anyway, 17 down to 1474. But again, let's take a look at, well, it's below the VWAP, 1503, so it's below the VWAP. And if we look left on a weekly chart, the next low is 1362. So this has $1 to the next low on the weekly chart anyway. So let's see if it continues down. It's stopping right now pausing right now anyway. And I'm talking about the LMND through the 200-day moving average yesterday. So Penn is down. Let's take a look at the other gaming stocks. Okay, let's take a look at MGM. See if it's if Penn is an outlier or are they all moving down? MGM's moving down. Take a look at Win. Win is moving down. So something's happening with the gaming stocks. Last one I'll look at is Las Vegas Sands. Yeah, and this is I don't know if it's something to do with Macau. Yeah, something's happening with the gaming stocks. And also the cruisers. Something's happening with the cruisers also. I see CCL. I saw NCLH. Let's take a look at the leading cruiser, Royal RCL. Yeah, so it's the casinos and the cruisers are all kind of moving together. Yeah, so the cruisers and the casinos are moving together, guys. And the gambling, gambling, yeah. So the gambling stocks, I know there are other ones, but I guess the one that most people are familiar with, DraftKings, DKNG. Yeah, so yeah. So what about DraftKings? So DraftKings is coming into the 200-day moving average, about 60 cents away or so from the 200-day moving average. And Zap got zapped, guys. Zap got zapped. No continuation at all. You know, it's funny. I'm more inclined to be looking at these ones as potential bounce plays now. These ones from the losers from the start of the race, potential bounce plays. Would have went up to 22 cents. Yeah, but how many shares would I have had to buy? Was it? I think it was at 20 cents, right? I would have to buy 1.3 million. Okay. Hey, more power to you guys. You can do this. I just can't. I just, I used to a long, long, long time ago. But you've got to keep so many shares in order to make some money on these. I just don't feel comfortable doing it. I know it should not make any difference, but it's just the way I feel. All right, guys. Well, again, things have really settled down. I haven't had a new alert here. This is a very active scanner. And the last time I had an alert was at 11:18. It is now 11:25. So this is a very active scanner. So just going to kind of concentrate on some of these to see if there's any, like, take a look at LIXT, any sort of a setup here. Big pullback. But I'm being highly selective right now. I've sort of done what I wanted to do today. So being highly selective, don't have to trade. So you can look at something like a rare in a couple of ways, right? I mean, you had a bit of a not bit, you had a nice bounce play, and then it gets stalled, and then it continues down. Remember, for all the reasons it was moving down, they're still there. They're doing a I see, I see what they're doing. They're raising a lot of money, $350 million. See if the price is there. Are they going to make me at 38.99 cents, 999 cents. Okay, so it's $39. So where is it? So it's basically at the financing price. So that's why I would not really be touching this one. That's the reason it's down, and it's basically right at the financing price of $39 right now. It did dip down below it a bit, but came right back up to it. That's a lot of money that they've raised. So we can see the theme here, guys. We've got the airlines, we've got the cruisers, we've got the casinos, we've got, I don't know if I want to absolutely lump DraftKings in there, but we've got, all these sectors are moving down. Now, United Airlines has had a pretty decent bounce now. And how about Delta? Did it bounce? Yeah, Delta bounced. So they both bounced. They're moving down, but they are coming off the bottom. That's the other one I forgot to mention or look at was Caesars. So that is still moving down though. CZR, next low looking left. It's got room, 35.24 or so, 35.30 or so. Just pointing things out, okay? I'm just pointing things out. If it makes sense to you, a part of your trading style or plan. Well, okay, let's take a look at Penn for a potential bounce because it's coming into that whole number one, and 1689 is the next low looking left. I mean, will the 17 area hold it? What are you seeing on that scanner that you've got, Real, for Penn? Or William, I think you've got the same thing. Is it coming into some kind of a zone? Yeah, so 1688 is basically, yeah, this area right here where the low is. So without having what you're looking at specifically, I can just look at the chart and see kind of the same thing. There's 3 days right there. Okay, 1693. Okay, so it's about the same. I mean, the low right there is 1692. So let's see if Penn has a bounce. Google is over $178.80. That's from Primes in our YouTube room. Okay. I haven't looked at, I don't really check these guys out very much, but okay. Yeah, nice move actually. Next high looking left is 182.30. That looks like that would be a lifetime high up here. VLCN is showing up on my 10-day Devi breakdown, but unfortunately, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me and VLCN. Okay, guys, so CORZ, CORZ, is actually moving up here. And this is kind of tied in with what IREN does, I believe, anyway. Let's see if it can take out the high, 1027. It's kind of a supplier to the Bitcoiners, the miners. That is that's the high looking left, 1072. So there's a ton of room. Let's take a look at Irene, though. Is it following suit, or the last time I looked, it was kind of drifting down. Yeah, it's drifting down. So Corers looks like it may have a bit of a run in it left. The VWAP is 996, so it got into the VWAP and kind of held. You can see right there, kind of held. Yeah, it makes sense if UAL and Delta. I didn't look at the other airlines, but yeah. So they're all doing the same thing. I mean, look. This is the ETF for the airline sector. Makes sense because, I mean, obviously UAL and Delta, big component. And so this is kind of what UAL and Delta look like. All right, take a look at Fever from William, FVRR. Yeah, so if it wanted to continue down, it would still have some room down to 22. William is playing this for a bounce. So it's at the bottom of a channel. Oh, I know it's Fiverr. I'd rather say Johnny Fever, though. Anyway, FVRR. No fun in saying Fiverr. A lot of volume came in too on that. More than half the volume of the day in this 15-minute candle. And this still has 8 minutes to close. So a lot of volume coming in here. It's an Israeli stock. All right, DJ Mix in our YouTube room says he's long KAVL. Let's take a look at KAVL, KAVL. Yeah, it looks like it was trying to hold 5 nicely. Ah, good. Good for you. 564 would be a big area for you to get through right there, that high there. This is traded the float, roughly 46 times the float it's traded. So this could be one of those later on in the day that get going. Okay. Ooh, GME. I had an alert set for a low, which it did kind of take out here. This is the low of the day, I believe, down here. Well, this is getting weaker, guys. I mean, CCL now is through the 200-day moving average also. Okay, 1528. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Nicely done. DJ Mix got long KAVL a little earlier. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, so GME now at the low of the day. Post-market low was down here, 27.29 yesterday. I'm leaving it alone though. I'm basically leaving it alone. I don't have a feel for it right now. All right, so Penn is getting closer maybe to that little bounce area. 1694, there's the low right there, 1692. So it got down to 1694, right to that little, maybe this is the bounce area. Like to see the market not putting in a red bar though, if I'm going to play a bounce. Doesn't have to be going higher. I just don't want to, even if it just sort of held in the area. I like these sort of stocks, in my opinion, kind of follow the market to a certain extent. I mean, I know their whole sector is getting hammered. Well, hammered. It's getting beaten down a bit. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, I put an alert for KAVL right up here, and it took this out briefly anyway. So KAVL, nicely done. Again, DJ Mix in our YouTube room at 11:37 said he long KAVL, and this is looking very nice for you because you would have taken it down here around 518, I guess. I'm not in it. Big area right here, I think, right where it got to, you see there's a couple of highs right there around 588. The bodies of these candles right there, the 1030, the 1015 and the 1030 15-minute candles, the highs of those bodies. So that would be probably an area where it could stall. It's got a little bit of room. Gorilla Technologies, GRRR, okay, has a little bit of room. You know, looking left on the daily chart, 328 is the next high, 307 right now. Trend is up a little bit on the 15. Relative volume is only 1.33 though, so it's not really trading that abnormally. And the volume, overall volume is not great. So probably, where did I even see this one? Right here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I have. Look. Yeah, I mean, remember when we looked at the large cap movers from the start of the race? Hardly any. But this one, these are, you know, there's no differentiating large cap, small cap. Look how many there are in here. Just the large cappers are just not moving. So is this okay, guys? This is an IPO just launched. An IPO just launched. TEM just launched. Um, Prices at $37. How many shares? 11 million shares at 37. So it's above the IPO price. So far, there's decent enthusiasm for it. It's above the IPO price. And this is a bit of a quirk in our halts resumes. I hate to put it, well, I would say maybe 80%, maybe 90% right here. IPOs can sometimes come up as a resume, maybe 80 to 90% of the time. Okay. And it's not designed that way, it just happens to be. Okay. Just give me a moment. Sorry, Peter. Yeah, I had myself on mute. Sorry about that. So I'm just saying about the CNSP. Okay, I've got an alert set at around 6:23. Maybe later on in the day, get some volume coming back. It may have that run. And I don't know, when I put myself on mute, but the KAVL, KAVL, has this right there, that little area right there stalled it. The highs of the two bodies, the 9:45 and the 10 o'clock candles stalled it for a while anyway. And now I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Should be any moment now. So pretty good IPO so far still, guys. The TEM, I have to check to see what they actually do. Tempest, well, it's an AI, so it's right in the name. So it has something to do with the AI or with AI. So the IPO was priced at 37, so it's above the IPO price. $11 million shares issued. I think somebody mentioned iron. I know I mentioned iron earlier, but somebody mentioned iron again. I can't remember what context, but isn't this a butterfly pattern? It's okay. I amuse myself. Andy, did I hear you? No. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Should be any moment now. There he is. No bounce in the cruisers yet, guys. Not really. Okay, guys, I just heard a little pop. So that means Andy's in our YouTube room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can introduce Mr. Andy Lindloff to the YouTube room. Andy will be taking over for me for about an hour. How are you today?
Oh, doing good, Barry. Doing good. How are you?
Well, I finally, I have my little rule. I'm not trading in the first 15 minutes typically, but I said to heck with it and did very well on the KAVL, the KAVL.
Oh
And
man,
that,
yeah, I saw that today. Yeah, that's crazy.
man, oh man. I mean, I unfortunately did not hold on to 8, but, I
Yeah,
did very well on it.
that's okay. Ooh,
It is
now
okay.
it looks like a potential short, but no, nice one. Did you buy it in pre-market? Or did you wait for the open?
No, I waited for the open. Actually, the RAI had it at 414 at 940. And that kind of gave me a bit of the confidence to do it. But I was watching it trading and I did not take it in the pre-market, but I took it just a little over that 414 level. And I'd love to say I held on to 8, but you know what? I did okay.
Nice, nice. Yeah, obviously. You know what? If you'd held on to 8, you probably would've saw this wick over here and said, "Well, maybe this thing can make it over." So
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what really got me out of it, and that float is 855,000, and I verified that a couple other sites. So, as you know, Andy, anything can happen with a float like that. So I thought, you know
mhm.
what, don't be stupid. And I had enough shares to make it worthwhile getting out where I did. So that basically made my day, and I'm just kind of cruising into the close.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Uh,
yourself? Did you do anything crazy or
no,
not
no, no.
crazy?
Most of the day was just I probably had about a dozen positions to start the day, and got stopped out of a lot of stuff that I've been holding for a while, and
Hmm.
now gave a little bit back today, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's not unusual when you've been in stocks for a long time and you get stopped
Hmm.
out.
Yeah.
But but for the week, doing okay for the week, so not bad.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay. How are your China stocks doing for? I haven't really looked at
I
China.
haven't. This is PDD is the only one I haven't been playing. They just
Oh, okay.
I thought they were going to have a move yesterday, and KWeb got out of the gates really strong yesterday, and then just petered out. You can see that gapped up and moved, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
yeah. But no, you
Okay.
know what? As a matter of fact, uh, the world markets have been selling off pretty good. Even European markets have been having the last couple of days have been really ugly. So
Hmm.
I'm not looking to enter any more trades over here. I think we're extended. I'm net short now through the SPXS, but
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
yeah, we'll see what happens. Uh,
Well, as
and
we say in Quebec, bon chance, and
yeah, enjoy your hour.
I will. Thank you, Andy. We'll see you
All
in about
right,
an
buddy.
hour. Okay,
Take care.
bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? What a kind of a wacky day we're having. I still think we sell off before the day's over with. But hold on just a minute. I may have to add to my silver here. This thing gets through. I'm just gonna if it takes out highs there. Screw it. I'm gonna add now. All right, this is the trading. I mean, the trading webinar, guys. If you or support webinar, I should say. If you have uh, any questions about the software, be sure to just hit us up. Let me know. Just drop it in the chat there, and we will try to tackle it. But other than that, we can talk stocks, we can talk markets, we can talk anything you want. There's that silver alert. Sorry. Oh, I forgot to add it in this. See, this is what happens a lot of time. I buy it in my account, then I'll come over here and buy it. And so sometimes I get a lot better. Yeah, most of the time I get a much better price in my account than I do in this one. Yeah, how to be green every day. Today it's tough. It's tough, and this is what uh, I don't like. I mean, uh, most of my swing trading, I have another small account, but most of my trading is done in my 401k. So I'm limited to what I can short. Uh, I have to buy like the indice ETFs, inverse NT, but it never fails. It's like the market, everything you have will be falling out of bed, and the indices will just be staying afloat. I hope this is a decent move here in the silver. That could help out the day. China had a real nice run, but lately, like I said, along with the other markets, let's take a look at the emerging markets. It's kind of looks like that. They kind of fall. All you got to do is kind of look at KWeb, and it's just been kind of been in this range. It looks like it may go to lows, and uh, I got stopped at I wasn't didn't have a lot. I mean, PDD is probably the only thing. I had a little BABA the other day, and then they had a, dividend payout. I held on for the dividend payout and sold it. Good thing I did because, I mean, it was holding up right here, and then I got out yesterday after the dividend, and good thing I did too because it's getting hammered now. But, you look at EW, Japan, that looks like crap. Here's Germany. I mean, that's, looking ugly. Yeah, there's a lot of, like I said, foreign markets are looking a lot worse than what we're seeing over here, and I think it can potentially can uh, maybe drag us down a little bit. We'll see. But like I said, going into a weekend with what I'm seeing in the world market, I'm just not interested in being too uh, aggressive on new entries for sure. But silver is a different story, obviously. I bought my first yesterday when it broke at this 50 period moving average. Actually, I got it lower than that, but now my average is thing about when you start adding as it's going up, your average creeps up with it. And it just overtook gold. Gold was outperforming silver. It's a nice, okay volume bar. I mean, let's face it, semis, uh, Apple, which by the way, I just had alert going off, so I wonder if it's taking out that low. No, it's not yet. I'm going to highlight that right there. If Apple breaks down below yesterday's low, let's take a look at the Qs. Yep, still just very strong there in the Qs because of the semis, I think, and obviously Apple and Netflix was my one I was upset because I missed today. That was on my list. It's coming across a couple of my scans as a nice setup, and I just totally got away from me in the early going. Iris, a new AI called TEM. Oh, interesting. Thank you for pointing that out to us. You have any idea what the IPO price was? Looks like it was probably around somewhere around 40, but I'm not a big, IPO player. This market is so stubborn. I mean, look at my leading sectors. You got silver, you got gold, you got GTX, you got TLT, USL, UUP. Uh, I mean, there's some ugly stuff out there. You look at some of these stocks like in infrastructure. Nucor is actually bouncing back today. Interesting. Maybe some money. Caterpillar. A lot of these ones have had a nice fall from grace. See if this silver can make it up to this 20 period, 10 period, I mean. Well, I did like that, Peter. Yeah, I'm bullish. I'm not bullish when they're up here. I'm bullish when you get a nice pullback to a 10. And what I like about this one is, guys, remember Peter, how I tell you how I love uh, trend lines. Okay, so yesterday when this was hitting its 50 period moving average, I think this was what I did. Let me see. So I boom, and look at there, right at that. Now I could draw this a little better. Let me pull it up so you guys can see it. Ah, had it. It's a little bit tighter right there. So this wick kind of makes it a little bit. Yeah, that wick. If there we go. So it didn't quite get that, but you can see the trend line, and then you had the 10 period move, 15 period moving average. Didn't quite. I thought it was going to make it to the trend line. As a matter of fact, I had an alert lowered, thinking it was going to make it down there. Then I turned around and bought it as it started bouncing. But yeah, that being said, it's got a lot of to get through to go back to highs. Obviously, you got the 10 period moving averages, which it's going to be some resistance as well. And then if it gets through that, you'll have your 20 period. But still, I like that entry for a shot. Takes out that low going back to this day, and I'll be out probably. But all right, let's see if we can see anything. Is probably seeing some. Well, that's only one really. Not seeing a whole lot of silver bouncing, so maybe this will be short-lived. Let's take a look at pause. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce there. AG. And that in that 15-minute bar right there, that's what you want to see is a nice volume bar. Look how it dwarfed the other bars. It over doubled them. Okay, so you had most of your bars this morning trading around 800,000, and then boom, all of a sudden you had a nice bar trading at 2 million. So you would think there would be some continuation, but there are no certainties when it comes to markets, that's for sure. I want to take a look at some of the where the SMH is today. Okay, not just down, not down very much, that's for sure. Tried to go to yesterday's lows and got a little bounce. I'd like to see this micron pull back over the next few days. Just gonna leave it there. The how do I get the new shadow graph? Not sure what it's called. That was talked about yesterday on the software. Where was it talked about? Yellow Jacket? Let me pull up something and see if this is what you're talking about. Let me take off these pre and post markets. Is this the kind of stuff you're talking about? When you say it's currently on 15-minute page on Barry's page. Okay. Okay. So this is what you're talking about. Yeah, this is the new Ripster stuff that we're doing. Okay. Which kind of gives you a graph of it helps those that may not be used to candlestick charting. Zoom in. He does use a 10-minute chart. It kind of gives you an idea of where to buy. Now, this is just released, and I need to study up more on his method. But from what I gathered, it just kind of tells you by the red. Uh, it's kind of a buy sell, red stop, green stop, not green stop, green go. Uh, so it'll give you an idea of when you might want to buy and when you might want to sell. Buy is find a better chart so we can get some buy stuff in there. Okay, well this one, yeah, okay, buy, and it looks like it when it peters out and then it turns into like a sell. That's not really a good one. Let's try to find something that's not real extended. This is going to have a lot of red in it. 10-minute chart. Just kind of giving you an idea of, you might be thinking for the new trader, oh, this stock is going to turn around here. But looking at this shaded area, red shaded area, it tells you, turns green for a little bit, and rightly so. You do have like about, oh, what is this? Maybe an hour of an upward trend, right? But then when it breaks it down, it turns back into red. Now, how do you get there? I don't know if we built out the channel yet. I can't share this doc unfortunately, but that's just kind of a beta doc we put together. But let me see if we have it in the channel bar yet. I don't think we do. Opening range band. Uh, he's having, and I'll see if I can get that information. Let's see. I'll ask Steve. Steve is going to talk to in it this afternoon after the market closes. He's going to be in Ripster's uh, webinar and going to go over this. I think for about 10 or 15 minutes. Let me see if he has a link to it because I'm not seeing. We haven't built the doc yet. Now, let me see. It might. I think it's good. I think it's in our ME. If you go to the Market Explorer window, right click, select strategy, and there is Ripster. So you can come down here to Ripster and you can pull these up individually. Right. So if you want to pull up the 34 EMA bounce, and it can show you, but unfortunately, it's not going to have the charts. It's going to tell you the stocks that are in his scans, but it's not going to have the charts in there. Let me see if I can. But we do plan on building out of. I'm like, okay, he sent me the link. We do plan on making a channel. We just hadn't got around to it yet. And there is the link if you guys want to go to it and watch that. and Steve is kind of going to go over everything in the software. Let me just see. You're welcome, Yellow Jacket. And like I said, yeah, the doc that I showed you is kind of what we're working on for the channel. Just need to make probably some finishing touches, but so I'm anticipating next week we'll have a doc as well. David said he's seen so yeah, we'll do that sometimes. They'll stick things in there and then take them down. Always go to, when you're looking for things, always go to the dock channel bar. That's going to be where we typically will make the additions, the new additions, and then always click on show more, which I probably should have done last time just to make sure. But no, it's not in there yet. But yeah, I would be real surprised if it's not in there by next week. And here comes my pullback in silver. Yeah, the way this market's trading, it's one of those markets where thin down, sit on your hands, even though we're close to all-time highs. When I start seeing a lot of stuff that I'm in selling off and other sectors moving, that's a lot of times. I mean, look at Nucor, it's just a gap down and just strong today, which I'm surprised SLX is not. Let's take a look at SLX. Yeah, Nucor looks nothing like that. Let's take a look at X Cliff. STLD is probably bouncing. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce. Yeah, mostly Nucor. But when I start seeing things like that, I'm just like, okay, time to back away. Let things settle in. I would rather wait for like strong stocks like the semis pull back to a level where I find it interesting. Yes, Iris. I thought you should have that. It's the sector analysis that I'm looking at here. This is what I like to use. I have always been trading for 26 years, and I've always kept a scan of sector analysis, sector strength. Um, Now you'll have to, if you don't have these already built in your symbol list, you'll need to send me an email. I can drop them in here, but they'll be all you'll have to separate them and then just use a regular, just a. You don't have any filters in it, right? So all you're doing is just creating a top list and putting whatever you want as far as columns up above, and then just pointing that top list to the symbol list. And I'll share it, but once again, you're going to need the symbol list. and it looks like they're all, yeah, no, but some of them are. I'll drop the list in here and see if you can separate it. If you can't figure it out, just uh, send me an email. Let's see, sector. Oh, it does. See if it spaces them out. Yeah, it's spaced. No, they it tried to. If you can't figure that out, just send me an email and I'll break them down for you to where put them in a format where you can copy and paste. Okay, yeah, no problem. Send an email. I'll shoot them to you. That's kind of kind of messed up. If you're accustomed to seeing those symbols all the time, it'd be easy to break down. But now, what you want to do is plug these things into a Google just to make sure you know what each of them stand for. A lot of them are easy, but in my instructions above, I gave you how to get the new cloud. What do you mean? Let's see. Andy, to get to the cloud, you have to download the new beta, then press the FX on the chart and it appears. Okay, try that, yellow jacket. Try what Ira says right up, going back up a little bit. It says, Andy, to get the cloud, you have to download the new beta version, then press the FX on the chart. Where is the FX? See, I'm falling behind here. I should be on my dev. Is it in here? Oh well, over my weekend, I will. I'll get caught up on that. This mankind was disappointed. I bought it yesterday and had a beautiful move. Sold half. Of course, I got stopped out of. Or I sold my other half on a bounce. I think up here because it wasn't doing what I expected it to do. All right, spies pretty much exactly where they're opened. Qs pretty much where they opened. IWM much lower, not much lower, but lower. That looks ugly there. XLF I think is looking no, for some reason got a bounce. Just the kind of the stupid rotational market that we have. where XLF will be looking just weaker than anything, and then out of nowhere we'll get a bounce. Apple alert going off, so it looks like Apple is trying to take out yesterday's lows. Could have an impact on the Qs and SPYs. They have such a big weighting. All right. My extreme volume high-low pro, if you take a look at it, lots of yellow coming through today. There's Barry's KAVL arm. Was any follow through an arm? No. Adobe's holding up. Oh, no wonder I'm not in the, I got to be in the HTML charts. I was wondering, duh. I can't switch that now because it causes, well, maybe they fixed it, but I'm not going to take a chance because it had some issues with it earlier. When you tried to do that during midday, it was a bug that would kind of freeze everything up. Hood, I sold a good chunk of that this morning, most of it when it bounced up because I felt this coming. Now it's at its 10 period moving average. It's trying to hold. Like I said, I'm just not in the mood to make any new entries today. In equities, I should say. I don't mind playing a little something like silver. That's strong. See what oil's doing. Okay, did Apple take out that low? Let's see. It was 211.60. It did. Let's see if there's any follow through. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's do this right here. Webinar. Webinar layout. That's not the one I wanted. Mm. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what I named it. Just put in layout. Support layout. Okay, there's the FX. So if we click on FX and EMA, let's do the EMA cloud. Okay, and there you have it. So yellow jacket, there you go. You got that. If you have to be on the FXX, I think you said you, I mean, or the HTML, I think you said you were the browser interface, and then you just click on that FX, and then you'll have to decide which ones you want to use, and it will create this for you. Now, Ripster uses, I use a 15-minute chart. He likes using a 10-minute chart, but there you go. And this is a good example. So if you're looking at this LEGN, it's going to be showing you where, you know, good buying places are, but once it rolls over and breaks down, it turns red. So just something, little guideline to help out, traders that, may not understand market, you know, technicals and when to buy and sell and candlestick charting and things like that. So it's kind of a trending oscillator. Now I got to get cleared up what the brown shade is. I don't understand the brown shade. So uh, let's take a look at some more. Let's take a look from my swing trade watcher. Gosh, this was on the list today. Ugly opening, but there you have it. Just kind of a nice green level as it moves higher and higher. Take a look at my silver. Maybe you can tell me when to get out. Let me put on this 10-minute to see something here. Okay, I'm sorry, just kind of examining this. It looks like it's more clear when you have the kind of widening range, maybe for an entry, but then as you get some topping tails, it gets kind of stuck in a range and has a hard time moving higher. It looks like that level gets skinnier and skinnier. I don't know if that means it's less uh, positive, for an entry, or because yeah, when the momentum, it's almost like it's fanning with the moving averages. As the momentum gets going, they kind of fans out more. And interesting. Yeah, I'm still confused about the brown though. I'm not sure what the brown means. Does anybody know what the brown means out there? Yes, thank you, Peppy, for helping us out there. Glad you got it, Yellow Jacket. Peppy, you have any idea what the brown is, or Iris, or anyone? See what my hood looks like. Probably a lot of cell signals. Not sure. Okay. Maybe Steve will talk about it in that webinar this afternoon. Ooh, I don't have my sector watch list in this. Let's take a look at the relative strength leaders. Now, this KAVL is basing down here at this level. I don't expect anything, but when I look at that daily, and I see that over there, I was surprised, honestly, with this kind of relative volume that it did not make it there. So who knows? I would not be surprised in the next day or two if we don't see I'll put a price alert right now. See a move, especially with this relative volume. Put alert in there just in case it gets back above that 6. Ooh, and we got the Ripster green. So even with that action, right there over the last 30, 20 minutes, it never really turned red. See, it gets thin, which means I don't know if that's just like, okay, I'm less conviction, but this is still green. Okay, so the brown is the trend. Brown is bearish. It will change to blue for. Okay, so okay, interesting. So let me pull back up.
I got
Barry,
to pop in. Yeah, I got to pop in. Pepe is exactly. Take a look at Penn. Okay, PENN, and I think it probably is a good indication of what I was just going to say. The same thing. I was going to wait till 1 o'clock, but Pepe beat me to it. And Michael Noss told me this a while ago. So if you look at Penn I have it on a 15-minute chart. So if your chart is big enough, can you see that there's a nice blue area for yesterday?
let
And
me
that,
get it on
yeah.
15-minute. Yes.
Okay, so you see how that trend was up, 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 and then all of a sudden, when today happened, now you're getting that. Well, I have it sort of a yellowish brown area, and
Right.
that is now the trend is down. The overall trend is down. Okay,
Okay.
so that I think is a good example. Penn was one we're actually playing for a bounce in the other room, but
Okay.
but
So
if Steve, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, I wanted to ask. I mean, so sometimes I see it below, sometimes I see it below, and sometimes I actually see it in the price area, and that's what was confusing me. So that has
Mm.
nothing to do. That's just random. Uh,
Can you give me an example?
Let me see if I can give you an example.
The other thing
I
is,
was
did you
looking
say
at
that Steve
something.
is going to be doing a webinar with the Ripster guy? this
Yes.
afternoon.
Yes.
And you, maybe I should ask him, but I mean, if you maybe get his ear also, what we need are concrete examples, looking at charts. Okay, and so what are we seeing? I don't want to hear the general theory. I want to say, okay, look at this chart. And listen, nobody expects it. Every single
Sure.
time you see a chart, it's going to go in the direction that it's indicated. But I think we have to have some concrete examples, like what are we seeing and how, in theory, could we take advantage of it? Okay. And we all know that it's not, nothing is 100%, but I hope we have some concrete example with charts.
Okay, Steve is listening, I think.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so hopefully, yeah, he heard that.
Okay.
Uh,
Because it's pointless to just say, well, this is because I understand he used, and why, I guess it doesn't matter, but I mean, it is interesting. He uses 10-minute charts instead of, say,
I know,
15-minute
yeah,
charts,
yeah,
but
exactly.
whatever.
I think
But
it's gonna work for either, but,
probably, but he has
okay.
a but he has a reason, I guess, for using 10-minute charts, but because it's not the norm, right? I mean, most people do
Right.
not use. So he must have probably at one point he was probably using 15-minute charts, but maybe he found 10 seemed to be better. But the other thing, I think his default is the 12 EMA and the 5 EMA on the 15, I think. And he's got a very standard idea. I mean, if the five's over the 12, bullish. If it's five below the 12, bearish. But I hopefully we get some really concrete examples of what we're really supposed to be looking at, and because I'm interested, but I honestly don't have a feel for it yet.
Well, it sounds to me though, Barry, if he is quantifying the EMAs on a 10-minute chart, you probably should be looking at a 10-minute chart because those are not
Okay.
going to equate to a 15. I know I'm the same way. I've always used a 15, but
Okay.
uh, I don't know. No.
So, I mean, I'm looking at Penn right now. Okay. Now, I also think though that he wouldn't take Penn on a long. I think he only takes stocks, on a long if they're positive for the day. I think,
Okay.
and he's only going to go short stocks if they're negative for the day. So I don't think he's using this for bounce plays. But again, that's a question of Steve. If you're listening, maybe you can answer, have him maybe explain. Does he ever, like, if you look at Penn as a great example, PENN. I mean, that was a beautiful bounce play underneath 17. It got all the way up to 1755. Okay. But, would that be
No.
one that he would even look
No.
at? I don't think he
Well,
would.
no. I mean, if is hit, I don't know how you can preach. If it's red, to stay away. If it's green, it's and then turn around and play these. You're just playing a random bounce, in my
But
opinion.
if it breaks that center line, not, I guess, or gets
Okay.
above the top of the cloud, I mean, does that become something? Okay, I'll look at it. These are just questions. I mean, if I had him in front of me, this is exactly what I would ask him.
Yeah.
And he might say, nope, you know what? I only, unless it's
Yeah.
green, I don't go long. And that's fine.
Well,
That is a
yeah, and
rule. And
I would think, yeah, he's playing the trend too, so that. Let me find an example of a stock that may be trending today. Netflix would definitely probably trending.
certainly no large cappers are. There's
I'm telling you. So, and I noticed also, I don't know if you caught it while I was telling them, sometimes these outer lighter green bands are kind of expanded. And then as the price range kind of narrows, you can see this get narrows too. I wonder if that means like there's less conviction once they start, getting like that. I don't know when they tighten up like that.
Well, I guess when you think about, I mean, again, that's the difference between the 5 and the 12, right? So as the 5 and 12 get closer,
Right.
maybe we're due for a change, like a
Right.
switch, maybe,
Okay.
you know, because if the 5 is way above the 12, that is obviously pretty bullish. But, like a lot of people would look at that and go, well, okay, a reversion to mean, will the 5 drop down to the 12? And when it does, my feeling is probably that it's not as bullish. And it could turn that the 5
Right.
goes below the 12.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Interesting.
again, I don't know. This is all new to me. So hopefully Steve is jotting down some notes here, and he can ask Mr. Ripster all these sort of questions, because I like the idea, but we really have to have some concrete examples. And even concrete examples. Okay, we thought it should work this way, and it didn't. So so we want to see the ones that didn't work, and it's not because. And I don't mean okay, it didn't work because it's just they don't all work. Okay, they don't all work.
Of course, yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it would be very beneficial because I can't talk intelligently about this stuff yet. I
Right,
really
right,
can't.
right. Exactly. Well, maybe Barry, I dropped the link to the webinar, so maybe that's something that you might want to attend if you have
Yeah,
time. It's
if I
after the market. I don't know. Maybe you're off to the lake or something, but
up to the
yeah.
break. That's funny. I mean, we're not lake country here, but that's funny. We were ocean country, but no, that oh man.
Oh, you don't have lakes? You have lakes? Surely you have some lakes around there,
Well,
right?
not okay, but they're not. It's not like a lot of cities have lots of lakes within an hour or
Right.
so. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
no, we're ocean. We're in the ocean,
Right.
so not a
That's
lot of
true.
lakes
That's
really.
true. Well, maybe you're off
Um,
to the ocean.
Off to the ocean.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Now I'm sure that it'll be. Of course, I'd be able to listen to it later on. So the
Yeah,
webinar
there you
later
go.
on.
Yeah,
So
I'm
yeah.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure they'll probably record it and be able to watch
Okay.
it. I would want to watch it too because I want to know
Yeah.
how this works.
How it works exactly if we're going to because I've been showing it now for a while, and now I think a lot of it too is I mean Michael's got some of it with the Market Explorer, so he's generating a lot of alerts there from the Market
Right.
Explorer, and so I don't know if it has to be used like like would it be better used with the Market Explorer and not sort of randomly when I'm just clicking on my alerts and I'm seeing something, on the 10-minute chart. But does that mean anything unless it's
Right.
working with the Market Explorer?
Yeah, I need to understand some of these. I don't know if you're looking at my screen, but
Yeah, I am.
I don't. Have you seen this, Doc? So I guess this is his
Um,
some of his.
yeah, I have seen it. Yes.
Okay. So let's take a look at some of these and to see if he plays these bounces.
Hmm. Now UDAO is an ETF, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see if some of his logic. These all happened at 8:30. Uh,
Hmm.
well, that was a good one.
Microsoft, yeah, or yeah, Microsoft MS50, yeah.
Let's see. It came
Um,
out at 8. Oh, let me. I don't like all these pre and post markets.
and I love them.
Both of them, or just pre?
Just pre, yeah, pre.
Yeah, yeah. I don't mind the pre's, but to get both of them in there just takes way too much real estate.
Hmm.
Yeah. So this one would have no 8:30. That was a quick move at 8:40 right
Yeah,
there. So that'd have been a nice little trade. Uh, SPXL.
very choppy.
AMD at 159. That was nice $2 move. Got to be fast though.
You
I'm
got to
like
be
you.
fast.
I don't like trying to guess the action in the first couple of minutes. That's for sure.
Hmm. Well, anyway, I mean, we can. I'll at least I will listen to the replay. And but again, if Steve's listening now, we need concrete examples. I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't know if he's got a set plan for the webinar and it doesn't include concrete examples, but I would certainly like to because we have to know what we're looking at. Really, and
Yeah.
the only way we can know, as opposed to just theory, is looking at charts. This is what you're seeing on this chart. Now, in this case, it didn't work, but in this case, it did work. You know what I mean? Just stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if you don't use the alerts, I think you can apply a lot of this to, like regular swing, whatever day trading,
Yeah,
swing
no, I
trading,
agree. I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. Because I'm looking at some of these alerts and I'm thinking, oh, that's not my style. I don't want to be jumping and stuff, right? You know.
Hmm. Yeah, because the ideal thing would be to be able to have your own scan and then apply it to your own scan. a scan that you're comfortable with, and then maybe give you some confidence. Okay, I'm comfortable with this scan, and ooh, and look at this. This cloud formation, as I call it, this cloud formation is also giving me sort of an added degree of confidence
Yeah.
and to take the trade.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
exactly.
looking for. That's what
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, there you go. And that same. I can like I said, I make some dumb trades every now and then, so maybe that will help me, keep me out of a trade.
Maybe this will get us to be less dumb. I don't know.
Exactly.
Okay, Andy,
All
listen,
right.
it's 2 minutes to. I'll let you go now. Thanks again for filling in for
Oh,
me.
you
Have a
bet.
great
My
weekend.
pleasure. Yeah, you have a great weekend and everyone do the same as well.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I've taken over. Taken over. Get my music going. Okay, so I did have a question. I don't know if you're still in the room, Stock Ing. I don't know if you're still in the room, but you asked about a filter for the pre-market volume and the price. I didn't understand the price, but I did answer your question. I don't know if you're still. I know you asked it at 12:05. I popped in at 12:26 and gave you a text. We don't have a filter for pre-market volume separated out, and I didn't know what you meant by price. I mean, price. Obviously we have. You can have. You can see the price in the pre-market. So I'm not sure. I know what you. I'm not sure what you meant by that. No, I do see that SCNI. This had another crazy low floater, 696,000 in the float, and got up to 434, but basically it's collapsed. Market though, look at this market, guys. Market is in a steady, steady recovery here. A little choppy, but certainly the trend is up on the SPY now. KAVL is still hanging around here, guys. It's interesting. It hasn't really completely and utterly collapsed. I mean, if you look at the very high of the day, it looks like but it hasn't completely collapsed yet. It hasn't got underneath 5 in any big way yet. So you never know later on. I think I better put my alert back around 578, see if it takes that out. And maybe if it does that later on in the day, it may have that lift again. It may not. I mean, but no harm in putting a price alert there. Would want to see some volume coming in, of course, as always. You guys have been talking about Shopify. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's had a nice little run. $10 run over the last, let's see, what day was that? That was the 29th of May. So yeah, this had a nice 10-day run. Coming into the 200-day moving average, maybe that'll stall it. 68.70 is the 200-day. But it's been on a beautiful run today, yeah. So we've got some, I guess we've got some upgrades from different brokerages. I guess that's the reason. Evercore, $75 a share. And there must be other ones. I don't know if it's just Evercore or other brokers, but anyway, Evercore, ISI, upgrading Shopify, putting a $75 price target on it. Other cheap one, guys, probably coming into some resistance. La Rosa Holding Company, LRHC. Big pop here. What? Is that right? Or was this halted? This was halted. Okay. Extraordinary events. This was a news halt, I guess. And it's still halted after the company filed a request for withdrawal. Oh, okay. So what they're doing is they're basically, I guess they announced they're going to do a financing, and now they're saying, you know what, we're not going to do it. At least that's what they're saying today. So if you are a conspiratorial kind of a person, you can say this, you can say, okay, they announce a financing, drive the price down, buy it cheap, and then come out a day later, a couple of days later, you know what, we're not going to do it. Stock pops. No, I'm not saying that's what's happened. Ah, a quote resumption time is published? Really? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Extraordinary events, okay, is what your system says when a quote resumption time. So there was a resumption time. I don't see it though. I don't see it certainly not in here, right? But I'm not seeing it when I click on it. I don't see where the resumption time is. Oh, I see. It's on the NASDAQ site. So you could go to NASDAQ and it'll actually tell you when. Okay. I was hoping I could click on it here, and it would show up in IB, but it's not. I see. Okay. Thank you, William. So Pan did have a nice bounce, guys. Last time we looked at it, it was just around that 17 level. And I was saying, you know what? I mean, and I think the market was doing, yeah, I think you know what? I know this Ripster guy wants a 10-minute chart, but it's going to take me a bit to convert to that for this, but because I want to be able to compare here. So here is the 11:15. Yeah, so I think what I was saying, I think we're seeing this candle here, which corresponded to that candle there. So before we had a bounce, I would want to see the market at least not going down. And that is in essence what's happened. The market stopped going down. I had a red bar there, but the trend well, it's moving up. And that is probably what's happening with that pen, basically kind of following the market. I'm definitely looking at these as more like bounce plays as opposed to trying to, cash in on a short. These meaning the large cap losers. Here this one is on the move here, guys. Don't have no float information. ICMB right into the 200-day moving average. This is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 475,000 shares available right into the 200-day moving average. Let's see. I don't know if I don't understand. I don't know what this is exactly. I mean, I can read about it, but we don't have any business. I don't know if it's a sort of an ETF or it's not an ETF. I know that, but let's see if it has any sort of float information. Yeah, 10 million in the float. So still low float, 10 million in the float. And it's stuck right at that 200-day moving average, guys. I mean, the 200-day is 348, so it's just right at it. Not a lot of volume. I mean, the relative volume is great, 9.4 times normal, but it's only 139,000 shares. So I'm probably going to forget about it. Because it's just not trading. I mean, it's stuck. You would almost think it's halted, but it's not. When I look at the time and sales, there's the last trade at 110 plus 37 seconds about 1 minute ago. So it's just not trading that much. Okay, so LA, this one I guess opened, right? Did it open? Yeah, it just resumed. LRHC. Now again, the big news is they've canceled their financing. So, but it's halted again. It's halted again, I guess. Yeah, it just got halted again immediately. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I'm just not seeing too much action now. I'm going to just keep an eye on some of these. Certainly to go long these cheap ones. We'll have to see if there's anything that's setting up. There's the REBN actually is looking not bad, except the volume. I'm sorry, the relative volume is too low. Somebody mentioned this one earlier, though. I remember somebody talking about the coffee stock, REBN. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not doing too much right now. A good time to ask. Well, until I'm here, probably about 2:30 or so. So another hour, a little over an hour. Good time to ask questions. I'll put my homepage in link one last time for the week, and you guys can take a look at it, see the scans that I'm sharing. And again, just to reiterate, this promo code that you see here will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Whoops. Do it again. So there's the promo code, good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, tonight, Friday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. You get 28% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, I mean, this is not, well, don't do this one. That's only 25%. There'll be a code for next week for 25%, but this is 28%. So why not take, if you want to take out a subscription, get an extra 3%. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use whatever the code is in my room, the reason in the my website, my homepage. How's that? Because that will help to keep the room free. It's that simple. This is a free room, and the way it maintains its freedom is by you're taking out a subscription using my promo code, because then the room gets credit. You must do the get started, 10 short videos to get you started. Trading 101 is a great way if you don't have any trading experience or very minor trading experience. This is all free, about 38 videos. Stock of the day video I do is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, then please check your spam folder. And if you have Chrome, sorry, if you have Gmail, sorry, check your promotions folder. Okay. Okay, Ovi, just give me one moment, okay? So education section is here, and then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, the ones that you can actually see. I have some other scans on my other monitors. I'm not trying to hide them from you. It's just I don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of scans, okay? But relative strength leaders is right here. Biggest gainers from the open is right here. And then the large cap losers from the start of the race right here. And I will rename this so it makes a little more sense. But I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them, okay? This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acts as up and down. So I'm not a swing trader, as you know, Ovi. Now, we do have a swing trade channel. Okay, if you click on new and then dock channel bar. And then something called swing picks. Where are they? Where are they? swing picks. So this gets sent out if you're a subscriber. You don't have to, this is part of your subscription. So you can take a look at these. I mean, I don't look at them at all because I'm not a swing trader, but you have an email. It's sent out, I think, Sunday night. Okay. Certainly by Monday morning before the market opens. And sorry, I don't know why this is not scrolling the way I want it to. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, so you've got five a week that are suggestions. You can take a look at them. Okay, so that's one thing you can do. So that's in the Swing Picks channel. Okay. Swing, yeah, Swing Picks right there. Okay. Well, you'll see in the email. In the email, I think it kind of covers it. Let me do it again. I shouldn't say email. Okay, you're a subscriber. You don't have to worry. You don't have to sign up for it. Just give me a moment. Find it again. No, I guess there's no real explanation. You just have to look at the chart and if it makes sense to you. But there's a level of interest and there's a stop. Okay. I think Michael Noss does this. Okay. And a lot of it is if I clicked on, let's take a look at Medtronics as an example. Okay. No, it's not the stock composite rating. Well, again, there is a method for it, but don't ask me. Okay. But I think it's like anything else, Ovi. I mean, I would never blindly take anything just because it comes in a newsletter of some sort. So I would be looking at the chart and saying, okay, there's a level of interest, there's a stop. If it makes sense, you take the trade. If it doesn't, you don't. Okay. James Jimmy, hi. Welcome to Trade Ideas. If I can help, I will. Have you done the 10 short videos to start off? So whatever he's saying, so Meister is talking, okay? Meister is talking. I thought actually I had this for later on, but I guess let me take a look. I know I posted this stuff. Yeah, I don't have Meister talking. I have Goolsby talking at 2:00 and way after the market closes, Cook at 7:00. I don't have Meister. I'll have to give that free service heck. So Jimmy, are you a new trader also? Not just new to Trade Ideas, but are you actually a new trader also? Because I don't know if you've seen the Trading 101 on my homepage. If you're new to trading. Ooh, no kidding, Lacey Moore. Lies cycle. This is a great break at 410. I did not see this. Would have shown up on the scan, I think, but I did not see it. What time was this? Right when I was coming off my break, I guess. Sorry, in our YouTube room, I posted 2 links at the same time. I can say hell. It means bright in German. Okay. So anyway, Lacey, the next high looking left is around 5, so it could stall there. This is, I thought this might have been halted, but it is not halted. So if you're fairly green, you don't have to look at all these videos, but you might find a few that you might want to take a look at. Okay, so just let me put my homepage link in again, Jimmy, and you can take a look at what I am talking about. So if you click on my homepage link, and this section here that I call Trading 101, this is about 38 videos. I mean, it starts off incredibly basic. You know, the first video is what is a stock? So I'm not, obviously you don't have to look at that, but you might see some of the videos, and it's all free. Okay. Okay, so you can take a look at this. Well, the interesting thing, Ovi, is that I would have thought that the composite would have been good too. And that when I looked at MDT, the composite rating was not great. It was only about 48, 46. So I was surprised it made it in there. So that's why. But it is, yeah, it's Michael's relative strength. He loves the relative strength, of course. He puts this together, picks 5 of them a week. But I would have thought that the stock composite rating would have been higher too. Because remember, that means it's a combination of technical and fundamental. Now, if I looked at the other 4, maybe the stock composite was a lot better. I don't know. And it's also here. You can see maybe some of the past ones. If you click on New and then Market Explorer, I'm talking to Ovi, Market Explorer, and then select the strategy, relative strength index. Okay, you might want to take a look at this even. Okay, you might want to take a look at these. Again, I'm not a swing trader, so all right. So the ICMB did start to trade again. Hardly any trade. So it did get through the 200-day moving average briefly. It popped up to what, 353? Yeah, just not a lot of volume. I mean, yeah, relative strength. I mean, it somewhat defines itself, I guess, relative to other stocks, maybe in the sector, maybe to the market, relatively strong, strong trending stocks, strongly trending stocks. But as always, I would click on the alert and just, I'd be looking at a daily and a weekly, maybe even a monthly chart just to confirm. And these are not going to be rocket ships, Ovi. They're not going to be usually big movers. I think a lot of it is relative strength to the SPY. Boy, this one is getting kind of, well, not clobbered. It's down almost 10%. GPCR coming into the 200-day moving average. 45.29, so about $1.50 away from that 200-day moving average. There's really not a lot of support other than that 200-day moving average. And then, looking left, way down here at 33, had a huge move this day. I can't remember. I know there was some news on this. I can't remember what it was. Obviously, it was a big, wow, it went from 33 all the way up to 62, almost a double before it pulled back. Ah, right. This is an obesity, in the obesity drug sector. Okay. That's right. Aha. So this is what happened. Okay. So this might have been just in general for obesity drugs. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan intends to drop coverage of obesity drugs for certain plans. Okay. So that would have, if you're a huge, well, here's the GPCR. But Pfizer, of course, I mean, Pfizer has many other drugs. So whether that got affected, not really. But if you've just got one drug and it's your main, you're hoping to, make the most money from this one drug. Obviously, if I mean, I don't understand how it works in your country. I have no idea. But if Michigan does it, does that mean other states will follow suit? Sounds like it could. Yeah, real. I don't know if your bounce zone concept can, because there's just no support other than that 200-day moving average. But maybe it is at the bottom of a channel of some sort. Okay, so that's really nothing new then, what you're saying. Most part insurance doesn't cover the weight loss drugs if it's being used specifically for weight loss as opposed to diabetes, which is what it was designed for in the first place, right? So if you walked into your doctor's office and said, you look, and he said, you don't have diabetes. Yeah, but I want the weight loss drug. Fine, but it's not covered. Which one? Which one? What? GCPR. No. Just give me a moment. I just saw it here. Just give me a moment. Real? Yeah, GPCR. So if you look at GPCR, now it did bounce. I mean, it did actually a beautiful bounce. Now you're going to tell me it was at the bottom of a channel and was in a bounce zone, right? I was looking at this and I couldn't really see any support until that 200-day moving average, which was far enough, which was quite far away. So did that show up in your bounce zone area? GPCR? Okay. Here's a news alert for SCPX on the way down, 7-cent stock. A news alert. Wonder what that news is going to be. We are delisting forever. All right, guys. William, what are you up to today? 3 o'clock, 3:15, now. 3:30, 3:30ish. Okay, so William will keep the main room open until about 3:30. Okay, I'll be taking off around between 2:30 and quarter to 3. Okay, guys. Let's see. Did NCLH bounce at all? Yeah, it's kind of bounced. Well, kind of 1643, 1659. Not huge, but putting in a nice base down here, certainly. Boy, this, I mean, I'd love to short these. I mean, these look just right for shorts. SEDG. Where is the next low on the weekly chart? I mean, it's close to a lifetime low even. Underneath the whole number. Market is not helping it at all. The market has been moving higher. This has been moving lower. So this is nothing to do with the market right now. But I'll be honest, guys, I'm not really looking to do anything. I've, I had a very nice trade early with a KAVL, and I'm not seeing anything that I call like a 5-star setup for me. Looks like all the gaming stocks, RCL, NCLH, not gaming stocks, but the cruisers and the gaming stocks, and probably the airlines are all probably looking the same now. Yeah, they all had that bounce. Okay, guys. Well, again, things have slowed down a lot for me. So if you have any questions, very nice bounce from the lows here for TDS. Wow. 1860 to 1930. Almost straight up too. Almost. I mean, jog down here, but before it did that, it did get up to 1936. I'm try to pay a little more attention to these for bounce plays. Cheap one, guys. IDEX just showing up now, over $1. Real cheap one. What was my good trade today? KAVL early, Nestor. It was a good trade, I think, for a lot of people. KAVL early. It's all I've really done. So they had a little pull up here for GPCR, but it's still moving down, but the spread is not great. 46.72, 46.91. Looks weak. There's that 200-day moving average, still about $1 away or over $1 away. Yeah, about $1.20 away. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get it exact. 45.40. So about $1.40 away is the 200-day moving average. All right, this was in the pre-market, guys, MOLN. So it's sort of weird. It's sort of breaking out here. Big gap. It looks like it was almost halted. MOLN. Yeah, I don't understand why there's this big gap here. I don't see that it was halted. So that gap just disappeared. Okay. Must have been something on our charts. Okay, GME is starting to break out a little bit more now. Still been very, typical of the way it's been trading. Very, very choppy. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Just in this sort of tight range now. Kind of a tight range. I guess they have some kind of a meeting scheduled now. Been rescheduled. It's supposed to be at 4 o'clock today, but now it's 12:30 Monday. Ciro was in my pre-market movers yesterday. Any idea what happened to it? If you're wondering, like I'm assuming it's just tanked. No idea. Unless they did a financing. The company executed Yeah, I have no. I mean, I really don't know. Low float, 6.9 million in the float. Probably more to the point is why it moved up. It probably had no reason moving up because it fell yesterday. Yeah, badly. So IND, is that independent new drug manufacturing, something like that? So I mean, listen, I don't know why that would have caused it to just tank. I have no idea. Yeah, sometimes you read a press release and you think, wow, that's got to be good news, and then it does exactly the opposite as to what you might have thought. I lost sight of it quickly, okay, because it never really got above $1 yesterday. So it really If it's under $1, I don't look at the stock. So I lost sight of it very quickly. I know it was on my, something that I was watching early. It probably showed up in my scan. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah. So my pre-market scan, actually, my minimum is 50 cents. So yes, I do recall seeing it pop up here. But then when the market opened, it dropped under $1. And so I just completely lost sight of it. Yeah, that's the news I saw, Rich, but it didn't matter. Stock, maybe that news hit in the pre-market and that's why it popped up, but market open and market didn't care. All right, guys. Just looking to see if there's anything. Here's that lemonade. Saw this one earlier. LMND. Has some room. 1368 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. This ICMB is starting to get just starting to tack on, penny by penny now. It did take out that, it did take out that 200-day moving average. It was sitting right on it when I last looked. All right, guys, getting close to 2 o'clock. So just give me a moment, okay? I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2 o'clock. I think what I'm going to do. Oh, how does NVIDIA look for the next few weeks? Well, you're asking the wrong guy, Shah. Okay, this is from our YouTube room. I mean, I'm just not a swing trader. Okay, so I mean, look, it's all-time high still. Is that right? Well, that's skewed. Okay, it's definitely an all-time high. I guess if you have to adjust it. I'm surprised it's not adjusted. It says 67%, but that's not right. I mean, it looks good. I mean, Nvidia still looks good, but please, that's not to tell you to go ahead and buy it. Okay, you have to make up your own mind, but I mean, NVIDIA is still strong. So we got a halt in PBR. This is a news alert for PBR. Argentinian stock, the Argentinian stocks were very active yesterday. So it looks like CNSP is not going to do it. LGVN, not going to do it. KAVL, not going to do it. Not going to do, in other words, having one of these late day runs. Doesn't look like neither of them, that's two. None of them are going to do it. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute now for a while. I mean, if you have any questions, I'll more than likely be taking off in about 25 minutes. If you have any questions, I will pop back on the mic, okay? But otherwise, got a few things I can do. Well, I guess I better hop back on. So this crazy one that decided to say we're not going to do a financing. So LRHC is now ripping on that news. You know, and it just got halted. Just got halted. So 2 days ago they said they were doing a financing, and now today they're saying they're not going to do one. So that's the corollary of what William was talking about. Almost. I'm not saying this happened. But you announce a financing, tank the stock, and then come out a couple of days, 2 days, 2 or 3 days later, and say, we're not going to do it. Stock pops. And when all this was happening, I'm pretty sure the company knew they were going to make that statement. So 50 cents in the pre-market. And look at the volume, 18 million shares. I mean, since they made the announcement, look at all the volume that came in. Okay, so the scheduled guy, Goolsby, is talking now. Okay, that's what I had on my economic calendar. So 2 o'clock. Didn't have the other guy. So let's see if he's saying anything that's dramatically affecting the market. And he's one of the Fed governors, or Fed presidents, excuse me. Man, oh man, look at this thing go now. Just because Stop the financing. 7.88 million in the float, so it's a low float. 19 million have traded now. 106 times regular or normal volume up to this time of day. Huh. No kidding, William. Look at Bitcoin. You're absolutely right. How's IBIT doing? Well, we know how IBIT is doing. Bitcoin down to 60. Yeah, look at this big drop. And this is, you know what? This is not market related now, really, because normally Bitcoin has been following the market pretty closely. And, the market's had a bit of a move. Bitcoin has been moving down, down, down. So let's take a look at, I'm sure Mara is on the way down. Been a real, boy, I mean, look at Mara over the last, few weeks, just all over the place. I'm sure Riot is the same. So I don't know if this is if this is a lot or what the situation is, but this is yesterday's news. Bitcoin above 67,000 despite 226 million outflow on Thursday. I have no idea if that's a lot. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but I know Bitcoin, this is $1 trillion, isn't it? Trillions of dollars it trades a day. So I don't know if that's a lot. Okay, guys, again, back on mute. More than likely, I'm out of here at 2:30. So again, if you have any questions, I have about 15 minutes. Okay, great, Scott. Can you not see the announcement, or not the announcement, but the message? On mute. We'll get back on the mic if there is a question. Maybe you can't see that. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. You have a question on? I just don't have very much more to say. I'm just sort of amazed by this crazy move in LRHC just because they canceled their financing. You know, you see crazy things all the time in the market. This is one of the crazier ones, though, just because they cancel the financing. So I think what they're, of course, trying to do, I mean, they want to raise money at a higher price, and but because if you read what they said, you know, we've doesn't believe the market cap reflects value, you know. But it is what it is, guys. I mean, look at the volume that came in, 24 million. Now, this day right here is when they should have tried to raise money, you know, right up here. And maybe that's what they're trying to get it back up to. Anyway, halted again. Okay, guys, I think I will wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all the help all week. And next week, actually, we have a market holiday on Wednesday. So kind of a weird midday holiday for the market, not the Monday or a Friday. So we have a market holiday on Wednesday next week. So have a great weekend, everybody. And what I've done is I put the trading room link into YouTube. If you want to head over and listen to or see what's going on in the main room. William says he'll keep it open until about 3:30. And remember, that promo code is good. The 28% is good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, okay? So again, have a great weekend, and we will see you Monday morning.